Lisa Whiteheart. Steve Brave.
Here.
Stanley Wood and I. Vanessa Red Hot Thompson.
Here.
Michael Lunderman. Fremont Fowler. Janelle Blackfeather.
Here.
Dale Marshall.
Here.
Wayne Frederick. Eileen Shaw.
Here.
Martha Wiesender. Sherry Wright Saint. Here. Norman Renning Sr.
Oh.
Pamela Kilsenwater. Here. Raymond Croigo.
Here.
Dara Ayat. Here. Donna Hollowhorn Bear. Dwight Spotted Tail.
Okay, we got a quorum. Russell, would you do invocation for us, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oja kasvua mä kantasin votakvi oma chata yampiko. Petty kile un kiluita apin omnicho elta aku akiuyan piktonka. Eta on vokas ni tena voavale se voyukka. No voas wala wayanka pitte ähekän pitraksin pelo. Ja on petty kile tona wachini apiko ena juha vichunkiksia. Vouk ja vi chosani chu vichunkia pelo. Ja on petty kile unshunkila po. Omi takui ojasun.
Hey ho yo hey ho yo hey yo hey ho yo hey lo hey yo he lo hey hey ho yo hey yo hey ho yo hey yo hey ho yo hey yo hey ho yo he lo oi, o kasela yapi, hala pahakina, o he ho kishni laina jikailo, o flatema, o ya teki hoya, wichi chagi kasha, le chamu eloyo. Hello,
I have two requests, well, three, but for the first two, I just want to remind that we're supposed to be learning a word or two, a word every meeting, so if we could do that. And also if we could have a moment of silence, since this is our first meeting without our longtime secretary, Ms. Sioux.
Take a couple of minutes to remember Julie as far as her service to the tribe. Okay, next thing we need to do is we need to approve excuses from present and prior meetings. We have Donna Hollowhorn Bear on travel today. Is there anybody else that needs to be excused for present or prior meetings? Steve?
Yeah, good morning, council and administration. I need to be excused about 2:30 this afternoon for some personal business I need to take care of.
Dara, what time do you say? 1:30? 1:30? We'll take us down to 11. Lisa, Wayne, and Dwight are late. So that's it, and we'll need a motion for excuses. Sheriff? Second, Norman? Question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Line Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We have our agenda approval. We have a request to be this afternoon to do a honoring for Miss Maggie McKagan. She was a long-time teacher, instructor for St. Gleska University. So we'll do that at 12 p.m. right before we break for lunch. So, and the other thing on the agenda is we're going to have Matt Carnivals sometime today. There was a lot of questions that were wanting to be asked from the carnival and how he's going to operate up there this year. So we can have him online when he's ready, when you guys are ready. Tomorrow we'll have in the afternoon, and I didn't realize I scheduled it for the 11th, but we're going to have roads director interviews. I think we have 9 applicants for that, so it's going to take up most of our day. I want to reschedule, since we're going to do that tomorrow, I want to schedule another meeting for the 17th on next week. So we'll continue with our agenda next week, and we're also going to get a report from the Health Alliance team that's been trying to go through our planning for our 638 compacting of our hospital. We're going to come down and give a report and inform you guys and let you guys know what's going on with that. So we'll do that on the 17th. Is there anything else that needs to be added to the agenda today? Steve?
Yes, Council, if we can somewhere down the line get the homeless shelter over there in Mission on the agenda, to get an update as to what they're actually doing over there.
I'll have to bring Skyline for that. She's the caretaker right now. I think there was a request that it be moved to community services, but I think that's another discussion for council.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. I would like to see what their operation's all about, because it's a concern. Hopefully it's not just some place to bed down for the night. You know, we could grow on that, hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sharon.
Thank you. Could we add cemeteries to
Cemetery.
the agenda, please?
Bill?
Yeah, I guess I may probably fall underneath judiciary or whatever, but I've been getting calls and concerns from the dogs camp members, kind of continue the discussion of possibly getting law enforcement down. Well, we talked with Steve at one point too, getting one to move down there, station down there.
Okay.
Staff.
Hopefully we get to communities today. We can put that on the communities. Is that okay, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, anything else?
President, this is Eileen.
What, Eileen?
Can we have some discussion when it gets to the committees on, the chairs need to be picked for the special events, rodeo and like that, so, them need to be picked so they can move on. Right now, they did temporaries and they're meeting like that, but if we can pick the chairs sometimes today.
Can we talk about that under my report? The Fair Board has been meeting and we got a problem, council, that we have a ordinance out there saying that we're not supposed to have committees. We need to do something with that ordinance to allow these committees to be formed. So, kind of a, what's that?
Good morning, council, administration. Chairman, I think we did that already. That's how we ended up making the motion to go back to committees.
As far as the one I seen, the recent one I got from the Secretary's office, and it says that we don't have committee structure, so.
Because the one ordinance, remember we called Linda Marshall in here? You remember that meeting?
Yeah.
That's the meeting when we had that discussion, and at that time,
What we do to the ordinance then?
we changed the ordinance at that time when Linda came in to put that back in place.
Okay,
And then that was the same thing, we had the same discussion regarding the fair manager. And at the time, the treasurer wasn't here, so we didn't get to, we didn't ask him if he wanted to keep that fair manager, because that fair manager sits under the treasurer.
Can you check with Linda? Check. Okay,
Scott,
Eileen, go ahead.
when we did, excuses, I see earlier Donna was asking to be excused. She's on travel.
We included her.
Okay, thank you.
And did you have anything else for the agenda or is that?
No, I guess I basically wanted to have a discussion regarding what's going on with the events for Rosebud Fair. I know that these committees are in place and whatnot. I just now read the minutes for April that they were put in place, but I just wanted to know, you know, what all was transpiring since then.
I was gonna bring that under my report, so.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I need a motion to approve the agenda.
I have a
Go ahead, Sharon.
question. The judiciary, because of the, all of the things that are happening, I, wanted to ask the council if we could have some of the first readings that need to be done before everybody leaves. I know we have a whistleblowers, ordinance and the Lakota Language and Culture Committee, they all need their first reading. And if we could do those today, then we could bring the second readings on the 24th and they can be official if they get approved. Can we do that today? Because I really,
How many do we need? 15 or is it just 13?
it's 14.
14, so, we have enough to do that, we can,
Before people start leaving?
okay, all right.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to approve the agenda.
Motion by Sharon to approve the agenda, need a second. Jordan, question by Norman, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen,
Yes,
Neil,
yes.
14,
opposed?
0,
Not voting,
0.
motion carried. Okay, the first thing on the agenda is the constitutional officers. I see the superintendent here is from the BIA, and I see Jolynn back there too. As far as I still can't remember your titles, budget and what's your
Fiduciary Trust Officer.
budget trust officer?
Fiduciary Trust
Oh,
Officer.
fiduciary trust officer. So if it's okay with the council, we'll bring the BIA on to give their report, so they don't have to sit here most of the day. So. Jolynn, are you ready to do your report?
Yes, I am. Ladies first. Which one? Her or me?
No.
Me?
Okay. Jolynn, since she wants to wait. Go, Jolynn.
Thank you. Good morning. Tribal Council leadership, those here in the office, administration, and those online. Jolynn Ashley with BIA Rosebud Agency. I wanted to start out with, I'll just pull out the specific items, but I first wanted to thank Council for getting the Rosebud resolution on the water and sewer program completed and finished, so I'll be signing off on that today. I just received it. The other that will be coming before council with your in-house general counsel will be the Rosebud resolution asking for information to central office on enrollment. So there's a form that will be presented to you all regarding data collection. And it's for our data call that's being requested from central office. And it will require the total tribal enrollment number as of May 15th, which is next week. And it'll request or requires the president's signature. So that's going to be forthcoming before you. If there's any questions on that, it's just data collection from the region as far as current tribal enrollment. And it explains it it's just a 3-page document from Assistant Secretary Brian Newland. So if there's any questions on that, I could ask or. I could-
Council, I have a resolution and I have the information on the enrollment data. It needs to be submitted, it needs to be signed off by me before we can send it up. You want to deal with that now? You want to deal with that?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
great.
Rand, can you hand these out? This is the resolution that goes with this paper clip one, so.
Hello. Eglino, what's that up there? Hey, wait, no, take it.
And did they fix you up pretty good, or they doing a lot better, huh? Oh, easy today then.
So this letter is a follow-up from June 8th last year as far as tribal enrollment. The information that it's requesting, as it states, the data will be used with central office and okay, it's the same one.
Okay, Brand's passing out the resolution to approve this enrollment data support, to support enacted legislation for funding allocations. It needs to be turned into Brian Newland. It's addressed to Brian Newland. If I can get somebody to bring it on as emergency legislation.
Just resolutions?
Jordan, give me a second. Norman, question by Vanessa. All in favor, bring it on as emergency legislation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sherry?
Yes.
12. Online.
Online, Eileen,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
14.
125, opposed,
0.
not voting.
0.
Motion to approve,
Motion to approve resolution 2023-125.
need a second. Norman, go ahead, Jordan.
Start at the fourth whereas the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud tribe, Article 4, Section 1A authorizes the tribal council to negotiate with the federal government, or federal, state, and local governments on behalf of the tribe. And whereas the United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs has requested the Rosebud Sioux tribe to submit tribal enrollment data to support enacted legislation for funding allocations and programs supported by annual appropriations. And therefore, it be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the RST Tribal Enrollment Department to release the requested information of tribal enrollment data. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorizes and directs the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or his authorized delegate to sign and execute the documents for the release of information to the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs.
On the back of the documents, there's a form that I have to sign, releasing that, giving the permission to release that. Is there any questions or discussion? Russell?
If I hear you have something what's gonna fix you up a little. You know, this enrollment business is, I wish we weren't on the air, but I have some concerns. And especially, data and, I don't wanna make any comments, but I see, issue coming up that's going to affect us down the road, especially when it comes to enrollment. So I'm not going to speak on it unless we're off the air. But
We go off the air, Russell.
I think we need to get into a serious discussion because especially with the therefore it be resolved the first month. I mean, you can go ahead and pass it, but I have concerns.
Okay, yeah, we'll request to go off the air so we can
fiscal year. The Wildland Fire has 8 positions, again, still open. They will begin closing next week on the 18th for some of them. They're they're in your report, there's GS 3, 4s, 5s, 11, 9. So they're all in there, and it gives the closing dates, or they're all online. We've had 2 tribal members come in to the fire hall and submit their documentation, so we're assisting them.
Roland, you had a question from Steve Brave.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, good morning, thank you for bringing. Where are we at with the inspection of the Rosebud Volunteer Fire Department, trucks or vehicles? That came up, so,
Yeah, I have.
a while back. Where are we at with that? We've discussed this before with you.
So I did meet with, we did get an update the week of the 24th of April at the Great Plains region, and the regional FMO, Mr. Heath Esty, had updated, because he did ask about that. That was a big concern that I raised there at the meeting, that we needed to have that move forward for the VFDs, but also region-wide as the Great Plains region as a whole. The cooperative agreement, which is still, they're both still with the solicitor. And that's what we were all told. All the Great Plains agencies were there, the superintendents, or the rep. And I did bring that up on Rosebud agency to Mr. Heath Esty, was that it's still a concern of tribal council that this needs to get done, so that when we go through fire season, there can be that agreement between the tribe and the local VFDs. With that said, knowing that it's still with the solicitor, what I wanted to do was bring to the attention of council the response, but also a recommendation that maybe a letter be drawn up, so that, because I can't, lobby on my end. It would be the council and the president, if it was coming from the president's office, to request that this gets moved forward, so that we support the local agency, but the regional office, so that they can do some traction somehow. At this meeting that we had with the region, the week of the 24th, we did have Bartholomew Bart Stevens. He's the supervisor to Mr. LaPointe. So he was there, and he heard the same concerns, because again, I brought it up saying that this is a big concern in this area that we need to be taken care of. But like I said, on a side note, if that could be done, I would recommend that would come from the office and council to see if that can be a push. Otherwise, because we can't do that. Only you can, as a tribe, to request that information. And it's been since I came. That's what you've been asking for. So,
But would a letter from the chairman be sufficient, or?
I would think that would, and address it to Mr. Stevens or higher ups on what you all need with regards to that VFD inspection or the solicitor's review of that. Right now, we're going off the old one, and only that equipment that's under that old agreement will be looked at and updated, or be part of that agreement. The new equipment, the inspections and all that, that will not be, that falls under the new agreement, which is with the solicitor. I did get a request from Mr. Council Hiltman Fredericks. He's the last council we're asking for, it's an email, a cooperative agreement. And I did get the one Pine Ridge got and sent it to him. So that was a question I wanted to have on this report, is what and how. I know he asked in the email if it would be sent to in-house general counsel, Mr. Anton, to have a review. That agreement lays out the whole agreement between the tribe, the VFDs, and how folks are paid, how things are inspected, and how things are processed when we go through a fire. So that would be something that could be reviewed and we can have a specific discussion on that cooperative agreement. So that's my question to council, whether or not that would be something you all would look at. Right now, I know I've been actually asking around with other regions, like Southwest, in New Mexico, a lot of the pueblos there have their agreements in place between BIA Wildland Fire and the pueblos directly. So it's in place, you know, it's fire season now, that's good to have. I just don't know why Great Plains nobody in Great Plains has an agreement. I know Enrollment has it before, whether or not they passed it, I was told it has not. So,
Are all these requests sitting on the Solicitor General's desk, and why does it take so long? If they have questions on the whole subject, they should let us know instead of just dragging it on. It's been a while.
yeah.
They've been requesting to get them vehicles inspected. So if we can expedite it, Chair,
Okay.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And any other questions on wildland fire?
But I have a question, what did you say the budget shortfalls were for the, aerials?
156,000 we estimated from last year to this year,
Okay,
and we came up with that number. Just given that the estimate for Rosebud tribe at this point through Ms. Woodenight's office is between 300 and 399 per year. That's per year. So we calculated that and estimated that that would be our shortfall. So we did put that request into the region.
does, all the calculations and stuff that y'all are doing reflect, population? Cause I know we're having.
Not population, just the deaths.
Okay.
And then we just estimated per year what the tribe's been doing with, cost. Because we did average out bills, funeral home bills, and then also, year. Like, we looked at all of your, so Wilda shared that information.
Okay.
So we worked with, she's in a new social services, Great Plains, branch manager, her name's, Malia Wayne. Chapa?
Yeah, I know, Chuck.
Yeah. So Chapa's back and she's been really helpful. We went over the numbers last week on a call, got the information from Wilda, talked with her through that formula and got the numbers, submitted the documents on behalf of those good Sioux tribes. Just looking at our program, not Wilda's program, just our program.
Oh, so this 156K shortfall does not include Wilda's program? Okay.
So hopefully, if looking at the bigger picture, we're hoping that that comes back through and then we get added money. Probably because this is mid-third quarter, so hopefully if there's carryover and the calculations come through, maybe we'll get it maybe fourth quarter if everything's calculated out. It's not just Rosebud, it's whole Great Plains region-wide. You're welcome. The other thing you might note, this came through end of April, is the Feed a Trust, the Boys and Girls Club, that was all, that case is closed. So, that's good news. I know that was something that was asked, so, Realty here at the agency level has been working on that diligently, and then we had one more added, and that was the Saving Sports property. And just to let you know regarding PDOG, that was a question last council. It is in the system, and right now we're pending the bid design. So the bid is out for the design for the EDOB property, and the request is also out for that bid. So once that all comes through, then we'll receive the funding, and then we'll select the contractor. So that's moving forward. We've been really pushing regional folks to assist. And also, just to let you know, there are a list of items that was sent to the office from the Indian Services Office regarding some reminder letters and emails on different 638 contracts, such as like safety of dams, range, all those different programs to submit their different narratives. So those have been sent out to all the different program directors just to get those in. Some are up to date, some need to be reviewed and looked at. And I did walk over to Mr. Ledoux to talk to him to send out and to get these reminders into the different programs on their narratives that need to be submitted. And at this point, that's all I have, unless you have other questions.
Any more questions for the superintendent? Pam, and then Chair.
Well, let Sherry go first. I got about 10 questions.
Okay, mine is just in reference to the Economic Development Committee made a few motions regarding some specific grants that come out of the Department of Interior. And for some reason, those grants are given to the state, and we would have to apply with the state on them. And the committee made a recommendation, and we'll be following up with the letter, because that was the recommendation, that we want to request that we have funding set aside within that funding directly available to the tribes without having to partner with the state. One specifically was the Department of Parks and Recreation, and it was a $10 million. It was a Parks and Recreation $10 million grant, and Land and Water Conservation Fund Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program. And that was up to 10 million ceiling. And the funding opportunity number is P as in Paul, 22, A as in Adam, S as in Sam, 00645. So specifically that one, and as long as any other grants from the Interior that are given out, we would like direct opportunity and not have to go. So that will be coming. I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Okay, I have a question on the economic. So there was an email that was sent to me asking to attend a meeting on the 100 Homes project. When would that be?
That would be the 16th. That one.
Okay. Here?
Yeah, thank you.
Pam, did you have some questions,
Yeah.
comments?
If anybody else is quiet for a while, I got 10 questions. I'm counting.
I know, right?
You say 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
I'm going to find you.
Just kidding. I guess, let's start with, your attendance, I guess. I'd like to make a motion to have you as the superintendent have an office down here in Rosebud at least 2 or 3 times a week for our people. So when they come here to see the tribal chairman and they need to visit with you on something, then that you're here, easy access for them instead of them driving all the way to Mission and finding out that you're not there. That's my motion.
There's a motion on the floor, a second by Ray. Any more discussion? Question by Jordan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion? You just walked.
Motion to have a office down here in Rosebud, located in Rosebud, 3 days out of the week for access for the people to be able to visit with her. But, finish comment.
12.
12, online, Eileen,
Yes,
Neil,
14.
opposed,
0.
not voting,
1.
motion carried.
Okay, and my second motion is going to be to request the superintendent to start doing monthly calendars, distributed out to the chairman and the council reps regarding her daily functions, I guess. So if she's in the office, she's in the office on the 11th, the 12th, 12th through the 14th, she's on travel to wherever, so that way people know when she's going to be in the office or when she's going to be here in Rosebud.
There's a motion, need a second, Jordan. Any question? Steve, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sherry?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Online. 11, 12, 13.
Oh, yes.
Online, Eileen,
yes,
Neil,
yes.
15.
opposed,
0.
not voting,
1.
motion carried.
Okay, thank you. Also, I'd like to make a motion to have the BIA intervene on behalf of the tribe with the state of South Dakota for the state's failure to work with the tribe in good faith in our gaming compact.
Motion on the floor, need a second. Ray, any discussion? Steve, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Online, Eileen,
Yes,
Neil,
Yes. 15.
opposed,
0.
not voting,
1.
motion carried.
Okay, those are my motions. I guess now I'm going to my actual questions. I guess what I want to know is any of the, I think a couple of months ago, or even in your report, it talks about when we had asked you to follow up on that money that the tribe had sent back regarding the road department's roof. And in your report, you stated that you would like, or you needed, you were waiting on a response. Have you gotten any response on that yet?
Regarding the action item that was needed to send the money back to the tribe, to the bureau, from the tribe to the bureau.
I thought it was already sent back, because according to your report, you said you're waiting for a response back.
I can't speak, I know there's a motion made that it wasn't enough, so there was a motion made to just send it back. We didn't need it. Meanwhile, we're trying to build a road department building with 105L leasing, so I'm not sure what she did with the money, if it was sent back or not, so.
Yeah, see, that's what she has in her report, though, that she's waiting for a response back regarding that. So that's what I'm asking her on, is that building, the bureau took it back. Did they take it back and say, okay, well, we didn't give them enough money, so now we're gonna give them enough money? That's what we're waiting for, to find out on that.
To respond to that, what was needed was that in the initial, grant, the tribe indicated that it had a qualified project manager and experience to be the project manager of oversight for the job.
Yeah,
So
you
when
recorded
we-
that. You
yes.
recorded that in March.
And it was stated that it wasn't, and so, we requested the tribal resolution so that it could be tried back to the Bureau so that we could work with Great Plains region, so that we could work with the construction aspects of the funding. And we've had that back and forth.
We've had the discussion about returning the money back, but I don't think we had the discussion about getting any more to actually complete the project, so.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find it in her report, but in her report, she does state that she's waiting for the, huh? Yeah, that she's waiting for a response back from the area. So that's why I was just asking her if she had gotten any information on that.
So then, do you want to follow up on that, or?
Yeah, I'll follow up. Last I talked with Tiffany, we just had our bi-weekly call last week, and from my knowledge, it was sent in.
Okay.
But I can follow up with her and make sure that that's, because we've been talking about it, and that's what we've been talking to you in our 6:38 quarterly meetings, so.
Okay, and so I'll go on to my next question. So has your compliance people, have they gone out and checked, lands around that, the Bureau signs off on leases on? Have they gone out and checked the lands to make sure that we do not have cattle on there? Well, it's already May, isn't that when they go on? But was there any check to see if any of them leases that were out where they already, was there already cattle on the land? Because there was a couple spots that I seen where there's, I don't know, the grass hasn't even come out yet, so these cows were just like eating what was there, and it's like bare minimum, and that place looks like it's not losing, that it's losing grass. So I'm wondering if your compliance officers have gone out and done any checking to see on the leases that you signed off on.
We've been working on the leases and sending those all out. As far as compliance, we've done a few on those that have been, we've gotten calls on. We're not going out between my staff and complying with the different leases. There's just too many leases. However, if we're getting calls on different range units and or leases, then we would go out there and address whether or not they have the correct amount of approved animals on those leases. So, right now, just to let you know, for example, I've got my staff out doing GIS trainings, so they're not there. And the only one there is Sunny. And he's doing admin work. We are looking to push with HR to get another hired range management specialist. So
that's
we
what,
will get that hired along with another staff, natural resources. So we're trying to update our organizational chart with the Great Plains region and human resources out of Anadarko, Oklahoma.
so is that what Sunny is your range, what do you call it?
Their titles are range management specialist.
Okay. So in that, does he go out and like check to see if, let's say, a range unit, it doesn't have very much grass on it, or things ain't growing properly, does he make a recommendation to you as the superintendent that that land shouldn't be leased out for a year or 2 years to help with regrowth? So what does he do for compliance? Just make sure that the cattle are branded and that amount of cattle is supposed to be on that line?
Yes,
That's it?
unless there's other issues that come up, we just don't have enough staff to continue to do that daily as far as the compliance officer's work. We do submit a stock counting record, which will look at a person's range unit and making sure they have the correct amount of updated leases, and the correct animal units on those ranges. And yes, that is an issue. And between realty and range, they would both have to work together to address those different concerns. And at this point, if that's something from the new director for your game and fish, they have the compliance officers. So if they have issues that they're finding out, and they can work with us so that we can go out there and work and cite the correct CFRs to address those issues.
Okay.
So it has to comply with their federal regs.
And then with all these fires that have gone on, have there been is the Bureau have any kind of plan for hardwoods and more pines to be planted in these areas that have, that they're losing the trees at?
So we have been assisting forestry that comes under forestry management program. So that's your 638 program. So that's under Mr. Lid office, yes. I'm thinking of two Kens there, Ken Ledoux and Ken Office, yes. There is funding that was looked at to send to the program so that they could look at addressing or at least reharvesting through the different programs, especially with the West SF fire, which will be closing out that fire soon with regards to all the different investigations and all that. So that's being sent to the regional office, to our branch manager, McKagan and Klager.
So I guess going back to you, whatever became of that payment that you guys are requesting from the Bureau? I thought she closed that out.
No, that's probably part of your report, right, that you're sending? Yeah.
That's all in that packet. What we were waiting on was the water sanitation with regards to hydrants and whether or not any of the hydrants were broke or addressed. We've been asking constantly to Mr. Plum to check those, and if there were issues, then we would have that as a repair reimbursement cost.
Okay. And I guess my last question that I have for you is the Bureau fully open now to the public?
Yes, I'm gonna say yes and no, because right now we have that construction project going on right now. And I've indicated in the report that, just for safety, just to enter at that location, so.
But prior to this roof repair starting, you guys are fully open, right? Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
I know it's getting close to lunchtime, and we deviate and read these ordinances.
We can do that. We need to finish up with her first, though.
Okay.
We can do that. And Jolene don't take very long. I think she takes about 3 minutes, so. Unless she surprises us. Jolene, do you have anything else?
I don't have anything more to add unless there are further questions.
I'll just see that while enrollment.
Okay.
You want to have her stick around for enrollment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, thank you for the discussion today, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Jolene.
Motion to approve the report.
Motion to approve the superintendent's report, second by Sheriff. Question by Pam.
I'm
Go ahead.
I'm gonna table it because, she needs to do the thing with enrollment first before we can
Do you want to
approve the
withdraw your
report.
motion till after we get done with the discussion with enrollment? Okay, all right, thank you. Jolene, and then we'll deviate to enrollment. Oh, Jolene.
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 Let's think of Jolene. That's what I always say.
Like you're gonna jingle dress dance.
I know, like a grand entrance. Good morning, council and administration. My name is Jolene One-Star, the fiduciary trust officer for BTFA, Rosebud Agency. And I also oversee Yankton, Santee, and Winnebago agencies too. Today's report for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe PL account. Right now you're sitting at $1,193,948. TLE's account, they're sitting at $7,998,625.
$7 million what?
$998,625. And for the Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, that is up to $9,053,772. And with our WAUs, I know Russell, we talked about this last month, we're still sitting at 2,200 whereabouts unknown for the tribe.
2,200?
Yeah,
Oh.
2,200. We have a website where you can go in and type in your last name or someone's last name or search by the tribe, and it'll pull everybody up on the list. So I guess one recommendation would be to put that link to our BTFA website on your official website, tribal website, so people looking at your website can click on it and search for them or their family members to see if they're on that list. I know that would help us get our numbers down and get everybody's addresses updated. I know there's still some people on that list. I just searched this morning and there's some that have been deceased, but our office hasn't been notified. So we need to take their name off the list with the death certificate, but that might be an easier way. Because I know I talked to Sherry, and we have the 100 pages full of names, and it'd be easier just to electronically go onto this website, search by name, last name, and tribe. I don't know if the tribe has an official Facebook page. To add the link to that would really help us too, because I know a lot of people use Facebook. But yeah, that would help us in getting our numbers down for the whereabouts unknown. And I know you guys search for ARPA individuals. You know, if they're on that list, that means they're not updated with our office either.
Were you able to get that coordinated with Travis?
No, I haven't. I've been on travel the last 3 weeks, but
Yay!
We're gone for 2 days and we're home.
but yeah, we can make an effort to do that with Travis, and I can email him the website too that we use for searching individuals. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Yeah.
What is the recoup account?
The recoup account, that's the money, lands that were purchased through the Indian Land Consolidation Program back in 2003 to 2013-ish. Lands that were purchased on behalf of the tribe, those are receiving lease income. So all that lease income is going into one, was settled throughout the tribes, and those have got right about $8 million recouped back to them to be able to continue purchasing undivided trust interest. But since then, it's gained interest, and now it's up to $9 million. So that's for the tribe to use to purchase more undivided interest from landowners. And I met with Kelly yesterday, and I guess a recommendation, once you guys do decide to start using that money, would be to identify however many tracts that you want to gain majority ownership in. And we can use it used to be land buyback program, but they're under a different name now, but we could use their staff in sending out notices, offers to individuals who are willing to sell. But that's farther down the road, but that's what that money's for.
Is it available to like, if we say participate in the land auction? Are we able to use this money to purchase?
In an auction?
From if the land being auctioned?
If it's fractionated in trust,
Fractionated?
yeah, trust, it has to be trust.
We also talked about yesterday, sorry.
Yeah, so good morning, council administration, sorry I was late today. We also talked about using that money for reimbursement, so Julie's gonna look into it and to see if that's possible for prior fractionated purchases that we had made, so that's something TLE asked for her to look into too. So that we can get reimbursed for, you know, if it was interest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's gonna be providing that information to TLE so we can get action.
And regarding the reimbursement, we'll probably have to request a solicitor's opinion on that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's why I was just getting a little confused because I know in the past we had asked for that and we're told, you know, no, or we would have to follow the same spending guidelines that was under the ILCA money.
Mhm.
So, I think one of our board members said it was possible, and that's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't writing, so.
Russell, do you have a comment?
Yeah, on that, meeting with TLE and utilizing their staff to go make offers, you know, during that ILCA, process, you know, they were, going above the value of the land.
Mhm.
They went way above. Can they still do that? It sounds like, we have enough money in our accounts to make those kind of offers. And does that apply to other reservations?
Yeah, for Rosebud, if you wanted to use that inflated appraisal value, you could. You just tell us, it's your money, you just tell us how you want to go about using it.
So did TLE talk about that, and are they gonna follow that same process, or?
Yeah, we haven't talked about other reservations, just here in Rosebud, but, we did talk about the appraisal value too. So that's something that we don't have to go to that inflated, right? We could always bring our own appraisal into without the BIA, so.
Well, I can understand the appraisal, but the selling, or, you know, for purchase other land, you should use their rate, or that, and then that's the only way you're gonna purchase more land.
Yeah, and you know, this discussion is good, and it'd be good for when you guys get closer to, I believe we got one tribal resolution stating that you guys want to use the money. We're waiting for the second resolution to tell us how you want to spend it, and if you want to utilize the land buyback program staff to do this big offer. You know, it's all up to the tribe on how you want to go about it. And the question came up, are other tribes using this money? And yes, there have been. And that's what the research I'm going to be doing to see. So I know Standing Rock, they have used the land buyback staff to do those offers in land sales. But it's tribe by tribe how you want to do it. If you want to work through BIA, we can do that too.
For example, Standing Rock has staff people right now that you can call and
No, they use the land buyback staff for their land sales. So we could call them and ask them how they went about it, get the logistics that they use, but you could, yeah.
yeah, I mean, if I own land in Standing Rock,
Yeah.
I can just call them directly and they have staff people.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. But we should have that established here too.
Yes.
Locally.
Yeah.
I mean,
And when that time comes, you know, our office is always going to be available for consultation, questions. And when that time does come, we will have to work closely with BIA to let them know, you know, the county streams, and it'll be a big project like last time, but it'll be good.
do you have an MOU with the Bureau? Or are you guys all in the same pot?
We're kind of in the same pot, I guess.
Kind of stump her.
Sharon, do you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I did. Sorry if I sound naive because a lot of this stuff is new to me regarding the land. So with this recoup fund, who set the standards on that? And is there any way to change it so it opens it up so it's like, so one thing that I noticed is there's a lot, the reason why I brought up the auctions is because there's a lot of land sales from the Dawes Act. And a lot of tribal members, tribal citizens were in like the bind and they sold their money or their land to non-members. And we'll see those tracks come up. It's really sad for me to see, you know, somebody that's doing this huge land sale where there's like 450 acre tracts. That tells a story to me. I know what, like, I can tell what the story is behind that land sale. It would be nice if part of the recouping funds could include that. Is there any way we could change it?
It's a secretarial order, so, you know, in that order it states, you know, the proceeds that were given to the tribe, the $8 million or $9 million now, are to be used for undivided trust or restricted interest. And it doesn't include fee. And I know that's a question that came up from TLE. You know, it'd be good, wouldn't it be nice to be able to purchase fee land and bring that into trust, but it's not part of the guidelines that were set in the secretarial order. And so that's why we're going to request the solicitor's opinion on nowhere in the secretarial order does it state using it for reimbursement of funds. So we're going to be, you know, submitting an opinion on that, or an opinion request on that, but it's pretty black and white in the secretarial order what it's to be used for.
Lisa?
Oh, that was just
Okay.
really, but yeah, I think Secretary Jewell back in, was it 2016 or 17? Released the ILCA funds, but it had that spending guideline on it with the restrictions. So we've been trying to work on lifting those restrictions because when you see, you know, two tribal tracts with land for sale in the middle, we would like to purchase that. But under that, you know, it's hard, it makes it more difficult, so.
Is that something that we have Dell working on?
We can have him, I mean, we gotta take some action here to have him start working on that right away with, when I was up at the Department of Interior he used to be the Assistant Secretary under Obama. I think, yeah, you met Dell.
Yeah.
So our first ILCA resolution was in 2021-58, if you want it for reference. That's the one that Jolene mentioned, that we talked about yesterday. And at that time, I think in the resolution it says like it's 8.2 million. Where would you say it was today, Jolene? 9.5.
9,053,000.
So when we draft another resolution to request on how we want to spend that money, we probably should go back and amend this other resolution to reflect the new amount. So maybe some information for you too.
Thank you, Lisa.
Okay, is there any more questions for Jolene?
Motion to approve her report.
Motion to approve her report. Second by Wayne. Question by Dara. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Online, Eileen.
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Thank you, Jolene.
NSN.gov. Send that link to the IT department and they'll be able to put that on the website or on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
That was bad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, yeah, but you heard Jolene go on first. Jolene, you're showing off your fingers. Are you going to put it aside and
Flexing on it. Flexing on council people for that.
Hey, RST Council, we're gonna go back to enrollment. There was a request to have enrollment here. We're talking about the numbers, the data that's gonna be provided to, the area office or the Secretary of Interior's office. Brian Newland. And basically these numbers are data is used for funding. And the question was, are our numbers accurate enrollment? Yeah, we can probably go up there. That was good. I have a bio that I'd like to read on behalf of Maggie McKagan. I almost said it together. But I was taking classes out to the university back in 90, and I started classes back then. She was there then, so she's been there quite a while. I don't know when the first year you started out to the university.
87.
87, so it was right after I got out of high school. Some of you guys were probably not even thought of yet, but Ray, no. But I'd like to read her bio, and then we'd recognize her for her years of service, and we'll talk about all the accomplishments she's done. I know she's brought a lot of funding to the university as far as the Art Institute and in that ways, but she's never been honored for years of service. I think she's probably humble enough to not being recognized, but I had a few family members and a few members of the Board of Regents that wanted to bring her forward today and have her honored by the Tribal Council. So we'll do that today, Maggie, and then I'll read your bio if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. Maggie McKagan is the founding director of the Great Plains Art Institute at Sitagweshka University, a position she retained for the next 35 years. She was married to the late Don Moccasin and his mother, and is the mother of Gemma Moccasin. Maggie came to the Rosebud in 1987 when she was recruited by benefactors Ted and Annie Beck to start an art institute at Sitagweshka College. Since 1987, the Becks have continued support the Art Institute and Sitagweshka and have contributed millions of dollars to the university. Ms. McKagan earned a bachelor's, what's a BFA? What is that? Bachelor of Finance from the University of Nebraska in drawing, painting, photography, printmaking, and sculpture. Her master's degree are both from University of New Mexico, an MA in photography, and with a minor in painting and a doctoral equivalent in photography. The broad range of mediums in her tool bag were ideal for teaching at small institutions. After graduating, she photographed the Nebraska Sandhills. The work was published by the University of Nebraska in the book In the Kingdom of Grass. Prior to the book, photographed extensively in eastern Kentucky, where she has been a Vista worker and later documented life on a Scottish island. She taught at the several universities and colleges in Nebraska and worked in the George Eastman House Museum in New York as a cultural intern while practicing her documentary photography. The original intent of the SU Art Institute was to develop a degree program with coursework on the par with mainstream art programs around the country. Maggie quickly realized that courses in Native American art, and particular Lakota art, should be created and offered along with art of Western world. Virtually no schools at this time offered Native American art history, and very little had been written on the subject because it was treated as anthropology rather than art. She began studying, talking to artists around the reservation, visiting and listening to elders in order to develop tribally relevant courses that would help bridge the growing gap in understanding of the Lakota aesthetics as distinct from the other tribes. Growing gap in the Western art in general. Through her years of sharing Rosebud life, she developed deep and lasting friendship with elders such as Edna Little, who became a second mother, Lorraine Walking Bull, Alice Four Horns, Kate Omaha Boy, Caroline Kilsenside, and others. Don Moxon provided invaluable understanding of the concept of Wolokota. This effort resulted in the development of two specific courses which helped to preserve and protect knowledge fading from the general population and also fill the SU mission of Wolokota. An integral part of the program was including elders as mentors and family members to create an exclusive and conducive learning environment. All were frequent visitors and contributors to the program. Student travel when possible was done to attend conferences and experience both native and non-native arts. Hands-on components such as Lakota method of putting up teepees were integral to the coursework. Over the past 35 years, the SU Art Institute grew to include all levels of drawing, design, painting, sculpture, ceramics, photography, and art history, and to grant BA degrees in art. Sinte was the first tribal university to do so. Their students have won many prestigious awards in fine arts of tribal competitions, at times surpassing the large and well-known Institute of American Indian Arts. Ms. McKagan has written numerous articles and books, reviews of tribal college journals, and the Great Plains Quarterly. In 2003, she won the South Dakota Governor's Award in the Arts for outstanding service in art education. There's so much in there that you did a lot for our people here in the university, and I'm sure a lot of us had took classes out there and had your classes, so we want to thank you for everything you've done. We'd like to do a proclamation, executive proclamation in your honor, and I'd like to read that next, okay? Executive proclamation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Office of the President. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is governed by a tribal council who act in accordance with the powers granted under its constitution and bylaws. Whereas Article 4, Section 1, R states to exchange and foster the arts, crafts, traditions, and culture of the Sioux. And whereas the Sinte Gillespie University was established by a tribal charter granted by the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, and whereas the Great Plains Art Institute of Sinte Gillespie University was established in 1987 under the leadership of Maggie McKagan, the founding director. And whereas Maggie McKagan was recruited for this position by benefactors Ted and Annie Beck, who continue to support the university and the Art Institute, contributing millions of dollars to the university over the years. And whereas Ms. McKagan earned a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree from the University of Nebraska, earned a master's degree in photography with a minor in painting, and a Master of Fine Arts doctoral equivalent in photography. The broad range of mediums were ideal for teaching at a small institution such as Sinte Gillespie University. And whereas the intent of the SU Art Institute was to develop a degree program with the coursework on par with mainstream art programs throughout the country. And whereas Ms. McKagan's vision for the Art Institute, including offering courses in Native American art, particularly Lakota art, along with art of the Western world. And whereas at this time, no schools offered Native American art history, and very little had been written on the subject, as this was considered anthropology rather than art. So the need to develop a criteria for a degree in Native American art led Ms. McKagan to talk to artists around the reservations, visiting and listening to elders in order to develop tribally relevant courses that would help bridge the gap in understanding of Lakota aesthetics as distinct from other tribes and Western art in general. And whereas this effort resulted in development of 2 specific courses which help to preserve and protect knowledge fading from the general population, and also fill the Sinte Gillespie University mission of Lakota. Whereas over the past 35 years, the SU Art Institute grew to include all levels: drawing, designs, painting, sculptures, ceramics, photography, and art history, need to grant Bachelor of Art degrees, becoming the first tribal university to do so, with their students winning many prestigious awards in fine arts at tribal competitions. Now, whereas in appreciation of the work of Maggie McKagan as the founding director of the Sinte Gillespie University Art Institute has done to reach the level of granting a Bachelor of Arts degree, now therefore be resolved that I, President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, on behalf of the Sichungu Lakota Yate, do hereby proclaim this 10th day of May in this year of 2023 as Maggie McKagan Day, across the Rosebud Reservation, the homeland of the Sichungu Lakota Yate. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your work and all the services that you provide to everybody here. I'm sure there's a lot of artists that had your classes, went on to do better and bigger things in their lives. So I do appreciate your service and being a part of our people here. It's a great honor to have you here. I'm thinking you're you're retiring and moving away.
Yes.
So,
Pardon me, but I'll be here.
Okay.
Let her speak.
Yeah, they want a speech, so hope you're prepared.
I think he said it all. And then some. I was honored to be here.
I got your proclamation here, so you can always come back and say, hey, this is my day, give me some money.
I just want to say, thank you for your work and dedication to our tribe and our people, and for enhancing our fine arts program and giving our tribal members a way to express themselves through their art. And, you know, I've known some of our students who have gone and got their MFA, so thank you for that. You're going to be hard to replace.
Thank you for today.
Yeah, we got Maggie daughter, Gemma, and one of the Board of Regents members. Present a art book to Maggie. Jared, do you have a
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I've known you for a long time from Rosebud, working there as transportation, always following all the art stuff everywhere, to the AHEX, and there was a few times that you asked me for a little help and advice, and it floored me because I looked at you for that advice, and to have you ask me was it was something else, you know, and so I always keep that in my heart, and I'll always want to thank you on behalf of the art students, because our artists on the reservation, you know, they're all self-taught at home, and then you develop this this curriculum that stands them straight up with confidence to take their art into many areas and many avenues, and I think that's beautiful because the confidence and self-esteem that you put into them comes from you yourself, and so thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Maggie.
Oh, got Russell, go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Maggie. I've known you for many years, and you're part of the family. My Tahashi snagged you out and many years, and you know, I taught at St. stuff for 16 years, and we had a lot of interaction. So it's good to see you, and we wish you well in the future, whatever it is that you're going to do. We're not getting older, we're getting better. Thank you. It's quite the honor.
I think she's gonna move right across the bridge from DC to, where's your new home gonna be? Or
North Carolina.
North Carolina, so if
Near
you ever,
Cherokee.
you ever get down there,
You go to Cherokee,
Yeah.
come see me.
but well,
I'd like to thank you all, President Herman, everybody else, council members, for honoring Maggie. She's such a special gift to us over the years for our students, our young leadership over the years by expressing themselves through art. And many years ago, early when she was here, and she was with my relative Don Moccasin, Albert Whitehat, who's both of them were treasured leaders, tribal members of ours, and they had gotten married. Don and Maggie and Albert Whitehat had said, walked up to, and I couldn't understand, he walked up to Don and he said, Maggie Makiki. He said, and in Lakota, that's, you know, he took Maggie from us, you know, Maggie Makiki instead of McKagan. And, but I've always known her to be very valued by our elder women. Mercy Poorman gave her Indian name to Shasha Washtewi. Mercy Poorman and Edna Little Al Clayton, who I'm related to too, they all value her. And her Ali Nateshni, she just took the time and she really, really thought a lot of our tribal women, our elders. So I appreciate you so much, Maggie. Gotta keep from tears. So thank you all so much for this privilege today of honoring, giving us the privilege of honoring Maggie for her lifelong work with us. It's very special. Thank you very much. And I don't know if Nora taking pictures if she'd like to say anything. She's a member of the Board of Regents as well.
As a former colleague of Maggie, when I was at the university, she was steadfast in her resolve for students in the institution. She took students on many trips. We've heard some of the stories of all the escapades and the tent attempts of, putting tents up in the wind and all that. And so she really went above and beyond her duties as a faculty member, and she was a treasured faculty member too. So just wanted to say that and wish her well, and for all the support of Gemma and the rest of the family. You will be missed, and who knows, maybe some of us will come out and see you sometime, and you're all welcome in the mountains of North Carolina. Thank you. Wupila. Thank you.
Anybody else? No, we'll have,
I wanted to,
acho que eles estão em questão de yani makarasa SGS integris ka nigna kier isaba ata kahu ki kenista ku ikia anta dona chapa na ton nigna ki lakshi abariyani na mitkhal ta ku yaka bana iska ka to ke kena kapuma New York Smithsonian. So she produced an artist here. My husband was one of them. He had his work put up in the Smithsonian, Robert was selling it. So she really taught my husband how to do pottery, ceramic. Sculpture, yeah, sculpture. How they could sculpt. So she really helped.
what do you
I want to say, give it time and opportunity to thank Maggie as the in-law to the family, the chance to raise my kakoja here, granddaughter, good home. Asked me to sing an honor song for you, so I did it at this time. Hey-ya, 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 hey-ya. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey, hey ya, 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 ho, hey ya, hey ya, ho. Sasha was with oh ya, take it, watching the Petra. We uski a choka tau ye ya ho hey ya ha hey ya ha hoy hey ya hey ya hey ya hey hey ya hey ya hey ya hey hey ya ha hey ya hey ya hey hey ya ha hey ya hey ya hey ya ho hey ya ha hey ya ha hoy sha sha wa shoka tau ye oh ya te ki wa chi ne ya pecha we yo ski ya shoka tau ye ya ho hey ya hey ya ha hey ya hey ya hey ya hey hey ya hey ya hey ya hey hey ya ha hey ya hey ya hey ha hey ya ha hey ya hey ya hey ya ho hey ya ha hey ya ha ho sha wa stay we choka tau ye oh ya te ki wa chi ni ya pecha we yo ski ya choka tau ye ya ho hey ya ha hey ya ha hey sha wa stay we ha hey Wopila.
But we're meeting on the 16th. See? Well, we can do
We're done. We're gonna have a roll prayer and we're gonna have, repeat everybody, so, I can get, keep in, no prayer.
concussion of weight.
most of the resolutions or the ordinances are gonna need, how many, Sheriff? 14, so we'll move on, and as soon as we get 14, we'll stop and deviate, okay? Okay. We're done with the Bureau, we're done with the Office of Special Trustee. Can't remember what that is, EFF or something. The constitutional officers are up next. I don't have a whole lot on my report. I want to report that we went to DC last week or the week before. We've seen a lot of delegation up there in DC. It included the United States Treasurer, Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada. We went to see Senator Rounds, Senator Thune, Senator Warren, and we went to the Department of Commerce and had a really long meeting with the Department of Commerce on our broadband project. So I don't know if you guys have any questions about our trip, but it was a very productive trip. The Coalition of Large Tribes set up their own meetings, and it was really good to have 2 lobbyists down there because our other lobbyist, Mark Van Norman, got us some other meetings with senators and just for Rosebud to talk about Rosebud issues. So I think all that went down there to participate in the Coalition of Large Tribes meetings. They were all productive. They all had the same, well prepared as far as what they were talking about when they went into the senators' offices. I think we did a really good job this time around. So I'm looking forward to the next meeting and looking forward to following up on the things that we discussed down in DC. We did that first day of Coalition of Large Tribes. We had a meeting at the USDA, and we had about like 9 federal agencies that stood there before us and give reports on types of funding that's available to tribes. So it was more informational, educational for the council reps and the leadership that attended that meeting. Sharon, do you have anything to share on our trip as far as being down there, as far as coming back and following up on anything, or?
No, I think you covered everything.
Okay. All right. The next thing I have on my report is yesterday we had a fair board meeting, and we were reviewing the budget for the fair. We probably went for about an hour and a half just talking about budgets and what the fair cost for last year as far as the Wachipi, the rodeo, especially vets, and of course we had a fair board budget as well that pays for some of the costs. I'm going to have the sergeant pass out the budget because we had some recommendations from the fair board. But we also learned that from the secretary's office that we made a motion to correct our ordinance to allow for committees again. And that was supposed to have went through governmental affairs, which it didn't happen. So I think we selected our committees, and they've also been meeting and planning for their committees. But I think we need to revisit that ordinance to make it correct. But I'll have the sergeant pass out the budget, and I'll have him pass out the ordinance.
And then this is a recommendation from St. Francis that it needs to be reviewed.
We need 14 to change that.
Yes.
Is this it?
That's the budget. I promise it won't take 2 days to do my report. I cut it short this time.
Well, they didn't even do anything else.
coming down pretty close to Rosebud Fair, so we have to keep moving forward with our budget and what the committees need to do for planning for.
So are the actual budget requests that they're requesting, is that in here?
Yes, if you go, we'll go through each one of them. We'll start with the rodeo. We're actually, let me see what my notes are here. The Saddle Bronc match and the rodeo is separate. So let's look at the rodeo on the first page and it goes into the second page. The actual budget for proposed budget is going to be 2022. The actual, I think they're asking for $97,912 for the rodeo. Heath, you gotta help me out with this, okay? Because you was at the meeting too.
I think you're reading it wrong,
Well, the actual was $97,912 for last year. We went over by $20,000, so we're looking for the proposed budget for 2022 is $99,482. That's what they want. That's what we recommended to approve for the rodeo budget.
Hey, Steve.
We didn't change anything. We used the actual from last year, then what we overspent, we added it onto the budget this year. The rodeo committee had already formed, organized. They selected Joe Ford as the chairman of the rodeo committee. So he's waiting for us to approve the budget so they can move forward with selecting what they need to do for the rodeo. The Saddle Bronc match is different from last year. The Fair Board is recommending that we have another Saddle Bronc match. Last year was very successful as far as all the people who attended that. They're going to have a short round this year. They're planning for a short round. They're also planning to televise it. So it's on one of those rodeo channels. So they're asking for a little bit more money to do that.
What's it called? Short what?
Short round?
Short go.
Short go or short round? What, Sharon?
Does this budget reflect like any revenue that is made, or what happens with the revenue that's made from the fair
It goes right back into the budget for the cost of it. So
for the next year's, or?
no, to pay for the one that
Pay
way.
for the current.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any projections? Is there any, like a budget projection and, like it's, actual?
All we have is the cost of it right now. So we even talked about when we get to Wachipi, they really raised their high because they wanted to be bigger and better to attract more people. So they raised theirs quite a bit. So we can make changes as needed. And this is just up for recommendation and discussion right now. So
Yeah, I know last year we talked a lot about this and around the same time, well, no, a little bit earlier, but, this is kind of why I feel like the committee need to be selected October 1, and they can start working to offset these costs immediately by fundraising. Like all the other rodeos and stuff that happen and all the other pageants that happen and powwows, people usually get, sponsorships. And it would really save the tribe some money if we could start that earlier.
So Brenda was part of the, developing the budget from last year and now all the extra that was added to it. So, thank you Brenda for doing that and then presenting it to our committee yesterday, Fair Board. We started off with the rodeo and the actual budget that they're asking for is at, if I'm correct, $99,482 for the rodeo. Wayne.
So, what is the process? I think we asked about a year ago, to how do we place the committees on a longer term than just 1 year?
That's what we'll get to next, so let's do the budgets and then we'll get back to the ordinance, okay? Do you want me to explain? Yeah. The Fair Board consists of the officers and the chairman of Budget Finance Committee, so if anybody wants to know how that works.
Good afternoon, council officers. We didn't have anybody to start the process for a budget for this year's fair. So, volunteered and with the approval of my boss, I prepared a pretty extensive report for you guys. And we could skip that parent fair one because that was some repairs that we needed up at the fairgrounds. So that isn't going to be part of this new budget. We'll start with the, that 2022 proposed was what was proposed last year. And then the next column is the budget that was actually approved. And then the next column is what we actually spent. So if you'll skip over to the second page. And it kind of has it broke down. And then it shows the fourth column is the 22 budget and the actual, the comparison. And you see that the rodeo went over 20,000 plus.
The third column is where you'll see the actual expenditures.
And with the rodeo committee, some of the members of the rodeo committee were at the Fair Board meeting last night, and they were asking if the council was interested in having the Indian relay races again, and that would have been a cost of $40,000 to $45,000 extra to the budget. So I said I'd mention it to you guys. I know we had some doubts about the person that were putting that on, so we didn't go with them last year, or we didn't have the Indian relays last year. So again, that's just thrown out there. I told the rodeo committee that I would mention it, that they're recommending that we have the Indian relay again, but I wasn't for sure if you guys would approve it or not. So, but the budget, total budget for the rodeo is $99,000. Is that what we're looking at?
We did the,
Chairman.
what was the minutes? Was the minutes from the rodeo? Yeah. Go ahead.
This is for May 1st. Ma'am, did you have a question, comment?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe, sorry. I don't know if any of you guys remember, but when we talked about the Indian relay races, trying to remember what we were exactly talking about, but in there we had a discussion, and at the time when Danny was in the position, she had mentioned that there was we had local people that were interested in doing it. You guys remember that? But it reached out to you. Yeah, I think one of them was, is it Clifford? Broken Lake?
Clifford was the same one that was promoting Indian relays that was run by, I think his last name was Ghost Bear.
Yeah, but, I mean,
We don't have any relay races in Rosebud.
Huh?
We don't have any teams that relay race in Rosebud.
yeah,
They're all Cheyenne River and Oglala.
but that's what we were getting, that's what we were talking about was that, the fair manager at the time had spoke of Mr. Broken Leg being the one that would make contact with these others to do the teams or whatever. If you guys remember, Russell was making jokes that he could still ride, so he could race.
I can still ride.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to know where that went, because I know it was a discussion that we had last time.
Evidently, the rodeo committee knows, they're recommending that the Indian relay race happen this year, but if you were to let them have that, they would organize it, but it's gonna cost an extra $45,000, so.
The other part of that discussion, when he did come that one year, then he came back the next year, I worked with Heschel Activities up there, and the discussion was we put out a bid for some work to be done up there. And the same individual that runs that relay race that goes there, he put in a bid for to do some activities for us, and he kept putting it off, and then he finally said, we waited on him, remember Russell? And then at last minute, he pulled out. So I know that was part of the discussion too, that he pulled out on the tribe last minute and kind of left us hanging. And then by then it was July, and it started getting cold up there, but we waited for him for like months to get going, and finally he just pulled out. And it was too late for us to start bidding again and getting someone up there before the ground got cold.
So in the meeting minutes, we have a motion by Keith yesterday to approve the rodeo budget at $97,912. Second by Nicole, was voted to approve just that amount without the Indian relay races. So you guys can include it or add to it, but that's up to you. But
So without Indian relay, you just need a motion to approve the 890,000?
97,912, yeah.
Or you're gonna do them by event?
No, that's the total rodeo budget. The one before,
I
down
know.
below it is a separate budget, so.
Do you want us to approve by each event?
That's what I'm
Oh, no,
saying.
we need a whole, the budget itself, and they can make adjustment as needed if they need to do that, so. I told Joel that, as soon as we approve their budget, they can get to work on what they need to do, so. Russell?
Yeah, but that's for total budget of powwow, rodeo, softball.
Well, we can do that, but we can do them by this rodeo first. We'll go to rodeo, because Wachipi's adding on to theirs. I'm not sure if you guys are gonna approve it or not, so. We can do it individually, so we can do the rodeo budget separate, the Wachipi budget separate. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch what you were saying there, Russell?
Are you done interrupting?
Yeah, that's my approvable budget.
All right. Anyway, this budget for the 97,000. In your motion, it says, that, the PRC Extreme Bronx on Wednesday, August 23rd, budget forthcoming, was that gonna be added on to this original budget? Is that something?
That's separate by itself, that's the next column down. Separate by itself, it's not part of the rodeo's budget, it's separate. And it says saddle bronc match after that is.
So we're gonna have to come up with 33,000.
It's on the backside of your, the one that you're reading on the backside, all of the motions that they made to approve the dollar amounts for everything are there too.
Lisa, go ahead.
This is the first time I've seen this was today. So I'll make a motion to refer this budget to Budget and Finance, that way we can see how much of a difference it is from funding it from last year to this year. I mean, it's right here, but then where are we gonna get that money out of? So if we can, I'll make a motion to refer it to Budget and Finance so we can take a more in-depth look at it and make a recommendation on that.
I'll second.
Motion by Lisa, second by Pam, question by Vanessa. Moving on to budget and finance. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Online, Eileen.
Yes.
14,
Opposed?
0,
Voting.
1.
Okay, can we, deal with the ordinance, committee structure?
Do you have enough in here for it?
But, like,
So according to the fair ordinance,
Yeah,
I mean, because it goes back to Keith making a motion, he's not part of the fair board.
we got that clarification from, our in-house attorney. He said it was up to the chairman to let him vote or not. So I let him vote.
Are we violating our ordinance?
I don't
Because it
think so.
specifically states that
Just for
the board shall consist or be composed of the tribal president, the vice president, tribal secretary, treasurer, and the chair of the budget finance
We got the
committee.
clarification, that's what the opinion we got, so I let him vote, so that's how that went. We did talk about that, and we did ask the in-house attorney if he could vote or not, because he fills in for committees.
I think it specifically states though in our ordinance, so we should follow our ordinance.
Well, those are all just recommendations anyway, so. It's going back to budget and finance, so you guys will come back with your own recommendations for council.
Also on page 2 of the fair ordinance in section 4, it states that the officers can be the tribal constitutional officers. So am I reading this wrong, that he's not included in that already?
He's an elected official, but I don't think he's a constitutional officer, so. Russell, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, so by passing this ordinance out, where are the proposed changes? Or are we just throwing this out here?
What was brought to the attention of the fair board yesterday was that we advertised for committees. And we placed people on the Wachipi committee, the rodeo committee, and we're still looking for special events members. And then come to find out that there was a motion made back in September 2022 saying that we need to go and revise our ordinance, and it was supposed to have been sent to the Governmental Affairs Committee to make those changes to go back to committee structures. And that never happened, so we're still, by this ordinance, we're still violating our ordinance by creating committees, so we're gonna have to deal with this somehow.
So. Sherry,
But Lisa,
this hasn't gone to governmental affairs?
It has, and when we read through the ordinance, we found that there was space in the ordinance already for committees.
Okay.
So that's why we didn't do anything with it.
okay.
I was gonna say, because we have a meeting on the Wednesday. So, are the amendments ready for this?
We didn't make any because the existing ordinance has committees in it.
Does it spell out the committees, or? Local to travel fair board, fair manager.
So in section 3, definition of terms, appropriate subcommittee shall mean the subcommittees of the fair board, fair manager, Wachipi coordinator, rodeo coordinator. So I think it's up to the fair board to
Create
to create those or to vote on them, but the council selects them finally, correct?
Under the subcommittees?
Yes.
So is that, it looks like it's different print, so that must be the amendment to it then.
We didn't make any amendment.
Okay.
Also, in speaking with the committees, they have voiced concern that it would be chaotic to have a fair manager also with the committees, with the chairs, and just speaking with the board openly yesterday, I think that it might be beneficial to have somebody maybe seasonal for like 3 or 4 months to just be available to handle requests for the fair. Just generalized requests. I think that that should be amended to a seasonal employee. Before we had, we budgeted at 44,000, and that's the only thing that was approved was the salary. But another request that came from the committees was per diem, whether or not they will be allowed to be paid per diem. Currently, all of our other committees do receive per diem for our charters and our tribal committees. Just some feedback that we received yesterday. So in the budget for the Wachipi, it will reflect that per diem request, but it's ultimately up to council if you guys want to change this.
So I guess my question, can I have a
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess my question is, you guys went through the ordinance, so some of these, the way you guys are reading into it, what are the proposed changes? Recommended changes, do you guys have that, or?
Well, when they brought it to the Fair Board yesterday, they said that the current ordinance doesn't allow for committees.
Who said that?
That's what was reported by Nicole, the secretary. And she highlighted in there, but I can't find it now, so I said, well, we'll take it back to the council and have a discussion on it. If we need to add the committee structure back into the ordinance, we need to do that, so. Like, I guess you guys read it a different way than what she's reading it, so. It's a matter of how you read it, I guess.
Well, couldn't we kind of hash that out and change the language so it'll fit this year's upcoming event?
Meanwhile, we've already selected committees, so we just have to matter of going back and making the changes, so. I don't have the changes. Kim, do you know the changes that need to be made?
You probably need to reincorporate this section, but the fair manager replaces whole section.
Okay, on the current one, we got rid of the subcommittees and the fair board manager.
In section 5.
In section 5, replaced the whole subcommittees, so it wasn't taken out of that ordinance is 8803. And when they took the subcommittees out, they replaced it with the fair board manager. And she was gonna do all that section 5.
So, Eric, I guess my question for you. So when they amended this ordinance in 2018, taking out that section 5 of the subcommittees and adding the fair manager, can we just vote to take back out that fair manager under subsection 5 and then put back in the original 8803 that was never amended before, put that back in as section 5? Instead of making this difficult.
And Mr. Chair, I was going to say, the other thing is, even if the ordinance has been amended, council can create any legislative committee and delegate any authority or function. It doesn't have to be by ordinance because it's in your legislative procedure that you can delegate, and it's in the Constitution that you can delegate authority to committees open to tribal members. So you don't have to have an ordinance to create different committees for specific or general purposes. So those committees are still conducting business, and it's still valid. Whatever proceedings they undertake are still valid. If you want to amend the ordinance that way, that'll work too. I'm just saying, those other committees, they're still valid. They're still authorized to act. their subject matter and so on.
Okay, so I guess I'll make a motion that under section 5, we'll have subsection A, which is gonna deal with the fair manager, and the fair manager will take out number 2 for the term. Instead of it being a permanent employee, we'll make them a 4-month
Seasonal.
seasonal position. 3 and 4 is fine. And they're A, B, C, and D, E. Is okay. No, I'm not.
We needed probably send this one and
On D, maybe
send this back up
September.
Yep. And then
Okay.
you need a resolution from.
So they'll go from, was it June to September? Or May. October. Well, they have to, so then on D, it says they have a fair report due on October 1st. That's the only other due before September 6th. Yeah, so May 1 to September 30th. Seasonal is what, 6? Seasonal what, 6 months? Is seasonal 6 months?
Seasonal 6 months, it depends on when you want them to start, because.
What
they have to go- they have to
is
go through-
seasonal considered? That's what we wanna know.
They have to get through the fair and be able to do the report, so it's probably, I don't know how much time you're gonna get them to, you're gonna give them to be able to do the report and get it back to council.
So if we did April 1 to September 30th, does that work for everybody?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jordan.
So I guess my thing is how are we gonna get somebody to wanna work for 4 to 6 months? I mean, and that's gonna be hard for them, just to come in, and are we gonna be able to even fill the position
We've had 4 applicants.
for the seasonal? Or do they think it's a full-time position like it was?
They think it's a full-time.
They think it's a full-time position.
See,
But there are, individual programs, tribal programs who have seasonal workers, so it's not, unique to, it's not a unique request, nor would it be unique to the tribe.
it just gets hard for me to think that because it's a big affair that we're gonna put on, you know what I mean? And then, are we giving them enough time to be able to do the job adequately? I know that we have a fair board that sits on, you know what I mean? But as for an individual, are we gonna be giving them enough time to properly think about all of the duties that they're gonna do and oversee and things like that?
I think when you put it that way, maybe 6 months would be adequate, but what I do know from having oversight of the fair manager for the amount of time I've been the treasurer is that 12 months is too long. There's a long period of time where there's not doing anything, and that's why that employee is deep to another program, because there's something to do.
Eric, are we doing it the right process? I mean, we're trying to go back to the committee structure, which the original ordinance provides in section 8 for committees. The new one basically takes those committees out and replaces it with the fair board manager. So any kind of amendment we have to make, we're gonna have to have a resolution. So we can't just do it today
Or
without.
we can pass a motion and then come back with the resolution when you take the vote. On the amended ordinance.
I guess that's why I was calling it, instead of taking on that section 5, that's why I was trying to just put it as section 5. Take out where it says fair manager, just take that out. And then have a subsection A, which talks about the fair manager, and then have a subsection B, which is gonna talk about the subcommittee of the fair board.
I think that's a good idea.
That's what I was trying to do, and that way because other than that, what we really could do is what I had asked him, which is just put the originals 5 back where it was and just completely take out the fair manager, but at the same time, you look at these committees, the chairpersons may not know our new intact system. They may not know how the process goes as far as, if they need something more, what do they do next? That fair manager is gonna be the one that's gonna be here to be able to make that transition for them few months. It's not like they're, it's not like they're gonna miss anything. They're more or less gonna take their orders from these committees, because the committees are the ones that are gonna use that fair manager to do the calling around and whatever they want done. That's why I was having it as subsection A and subsection B, whatever.
Thank you, Pam.
Huh?
Thank you.
What, Chair?
Thank you. I was just wanting to bring that up too, because what Pam was saying, I really think that I view the fair manager as a person who is works with Intact, has an Intact user, submits payments, make sure people are navigating the process correctly, getting their business licenses. And then there's some things that have to be done earlier than 4 months. Like, good luck finding someone to make 6 crowns or 4 crowns or 3 of them, and having them done. And in the past, there's been issues where right at Grand Entry, Friday night, we're getting those crowns, or we'll get it next week. And those are things that need to be pre-planned, and the fundraising that needs to happen all year round. So I agree with what Pam was saying. I think we do need to do subsection A, B, keep the fair manager in there.
Full-time, right? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
I
recommending?
think full-time.
That was the purpose of making a fair board manager, because it would give them allow the whole year to raise money. So the amendments would be a subsection A for section 5. Keep the fair board manager in there. And then
So subsection A would be the fair manager, and subsection of the section, subsection B would be the subcommittees.
subcommittees and, okay.
Of the original ordinance, whatever it says for them.
Second.
So that's the motion, that's the amendment, okay? And then to be followed up by a resolution to approve. Is that your motion?
Do we have to do a resolution?
I can get a resolution before the session ends. It's a 2-day session, so.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make that, or we'll just go ahead and wait for the resolution too, but we'll make the motion so he has something to go off with.
Okay, all right. State your motion again so Tim's clear.
I think I got it.
Okay. Second by Chef. Okay. Any more discussion? Any question? Please, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay. Your turn, Sheriff.
Okay. Motion to deviate to do first readings for 4. She gets 5. 4 new resolutions.
The motion by Sheriff to deviate to do, some
Sorry,
ordinances.
5. Yeah,
5 ordinances. Second, Jordan. Question by Micah. All in favor? Deviating.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen.
12.
Yes.
13.
Neil.
Yes.
14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Motion be carried. We are deviated.
Okay, thank you.
0, 2.
I believe all the paperwork is up there. The first one that I'm gonna bring on, motion to,
Can we get the paperwork first?
to approve the,
This is second. Here's the first one.
Can we amend the compensation too?
I know, it's long, that's why.
Are you motioning for the amendment?
We're getting,
Oh, we already did.
I
I think we should amend the compensation for the rodeo and the Wachibi, not for the fair board.
Let's go back to motion
We'll do that.
Okay, motion to approve resolution 2023-126.
Need a second? Need a second? Jordan. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is gonna be, for the record, Tim, this is the first reading of the RST Lakota Language and Culture Committee, ordinance number 23-01.
It wouldn't need a reading. You just need your approval. It's not incorporated into the law order.
Yeah, so it needs its first reading.
Is it going into the law and order code?
Oh, no.
No, then it doesn't need a reading.
Okay, we can just approve it? Yep. Oh, yay. So,
You'll have to read the ordinance.
okay. Second, third whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to promulgate and enforce ordinances for the maintenance and law and order and to safeguard the peace, morals, and general welfare of the tribe, RST Tribe Constitution and Bylaws, Article 4, Section 1A and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Government Affairs Committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Language and Culture Committee Ordinance 2301 be enacted to unify different departments in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to coordinate and facilitate preservation of
Point of order, they got somebody that has the floor, so you don't want to be disruptive, so thank you.
I'm sorry, Chairman, but before she got started, somebody should have explained to these committees what we just did and how it's going to work, so they have questions and we didn't get to address them, so I'm trying to explain everything to them on what we just did with this ordinance, so I'm sorry if I'm making noise over here, but they're asking questions, we've been sitting here all day waiting.
Take 5.
Take 5.
Take 5, let's do that.
Thank you. Take 5.
Can you take 5 in the middle of reading? You guys know what I'm reading culture committee, because I'll just go home today.
Maybe you can shoot.
No, I'm just frustrated. I've been waiting for that committee. If we don't need him.
They just took. Oh, yeah, that's oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember Nicole had her daughter sneeze monster or something.
So like whatever you
Oh.
You'll be coming up this.
Did they take us out there?
have you, new crown made, so you can't have somebody come in and say, oh, you should have because they're no longer involved.
This one was read to her. She'll have her.
For everybody.
Okay, I think I left off at the
No.
8th whereas. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe agrees with and adopts the proposed amendments to the, oh, I should say proposed amendments. This is new. Sorry. The proposed.
Ordinance?
Yeah. Yes. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux tribe agrees and adopts the proposed Rosebud Sioux tribe language and culture ordinance 2301, be enacted to unify different departments of the Rosebud Sioux tribe to coordinate and facilitate preservation of Lakota language and culture, traditions, history, and belief, and therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the RST Language and Culture Committee ordinance by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee. All right. Section 1. Does anyone want to help me read this? Okay. I'll do section 1 and then. So section 1 purpose. The unifying aspect of different departments of the Rosebud Sioux tribe is our Lakota language and culture. Language and culture are intrinsically entwined, and it is necessary to learn one to learn the other. RST Resolution 2080, the importance of Lakota language and culture was recognized as the Rosebud Sioux tribe declared a state of emergency for the language and culture. To address this state of emergency, the Language and Culture Committee, herein the committee, will help coordinate and facilitate cultural-based events activities to increase community knowledge of and participation in Lakota language and culture, traditions, history, beliefs, and language, to ensure that the Lakota language and culture teachings are not inhibited. Lakota language is in inherent sovereignty, and this committee by no means restricts who is able to teach the language. The purpose is to create a positive learning and teaching atmosphere. Section 2, Committee Composition. The committee composition will consist of 14 representatives. A representative from each program identified in this ordinance who are deemed vital to teaching and preserving the Lakota language. One person from each entity or organization is listed below. RST Language and Culture Preservation Project, SFIS Lakota Language Department, Wixuya, C.J. Glushka University Lakota Language Project, Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, RST Education Department, RST Treaty Council Member, Wakainaja, Kito Kiachi, Lako, Wahonia, Todd County, RST Head Start and Early Head Start Program, one at-large member, at-large elders, 60 years or older, and spiritual leaders. The committee members will be selected according to their knowledge of history, of Lakota language, culture, and traditional ways, as well as the language program that they represent or how their program can contribute to preservation of our Lakota language. Who wants to do 3 and 4?
Section 3, membership responsibilities. Committee members of the committee will be responsible for the following as it relates to the committee. Committee members are expected to attend committee meetings scheduled monthly. If a committee member misses 3 meetings in a row for any reason, they will be removed from the committee and another person will be appointed for the organization they represent. Rosebud Sioux Tribal Secretary's Office will record all meetings and all minutes. Section 4, Committee Responsibilities. The committee will be responsible for the following activities as they pertain to language and culture. To establish and cultivate Lakota language and culture as long-term planning, programming, and the use of traditional knowledge. To establish methods, procedures, and processes to increase tribal involvement on culture and language activities and create a sustainable culture and language program for tribal members. To provide guidance to tribal departments on the integration of Lakota language and culture. To assist the Rosebud Sioux tribal government in the formulation of policies and procedures pertaining to the revitalization of the Lakota language, culture, and history. Report all grants that are being applied for by each program and assist programs to find grants to support language learner programs. To adopt a scale of language proficiency by which progressions in learner fluency can be measured. If adopt or create standards for beginner levels, intermediate levels, and expert levels. To adopt 25-year language plan and extensions of that plan when it nears expiration, and annually evaluate the implementation and success of the plan. To coordinate and establish the foreign language and culture classes in each community for the Sioux and Kota Oyate and set up scheduling. To evaluate the effectiveness of language revitalization efforts according to the proficiency scale in the long-term plan. To develop or adopt a curriculum for Lakota language speakers that they are able to utilize in the communities as a teaching tool. Identify categories of curriculum on learner level and teacher level for our communities to utilize. To support the organization of language and culture revitalization activities for the benefit of tribal members, fostering an atmosphere of respect for different approaches and the contribution of different language actors. To work with our media outlets to make Lakota language learning available by schedule language time slots with our media outlets. Conduct a reservation-wide language survey. Use data from the annual survey to identify speakers so they can be tracked by GIS. Identify ways to target and recruit heads of households as learners so they bring language and culture into their homes. Offer guidance and support for restoration and creation of societies. Protect Lakota Tajuta by documenting the Lakota harvesting protocol. Develop official practices for RST programs that may encounter medicine. Work with spiritual men in regard to spiritual items and Tajuta to document protocols. Work with the tribal attorney and RST Attorney General to establish legislation for the tribal council for the protection of our language, culture, ceremonial, and other Lakota intellectual property from exploitation.
Section 5, meetings. Meetings of the Lakota Language and Culture Committee shall be governed by Lakota Omnichia protocols. Meetings shall be held on the fourth Friday of each of the months. The committee can schedule special meetings or working sessions. A simple majority will constitute a quorum. Section 6, amendments. This ordinance may be amended or rescinded by recommendation of 2/3 vote of Lakota Language, of Language and Culture Committee and approval by 2/3 of the vote of the entire membership of the council at a regular or special meeting of the tribal council.
We have enough in here to vote, we have discussion, is there anything discussion?
Yeah, there's 15.
Got 15? Any questions?
Working. That's all you need.
13, 14.
14?
Yeah, there's 14.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to approve. Any other discussion? Ray, got a question?
Just a clarification on section 2, where it says Cott County, I'm assuming school district?
Yes, school
Okay.
district. I'll make that amendment.
Pam and then Russell?
Being that this is a new committee and they're going to be per dime for these people that are at large and stuff. And if so, is anybody gonna go to budget and finance to see if there's money for it?
That's what I was gonna do after we establish the committee, to see if they can, otherwise it'll be a volunteer-based committee. Because a lot of the people on the committee will actually already it'll be in their working capacity.
Russell?
Yeah, I just had a question over, use data from the annual survey to identify speakers as they can be tracked by GIS. I don't think it's our responsibility to put a tracking system on an individual. I don't buy that. You know, we're supposed to be practicing Molakota here, and here we are, you know, we're gonna put into a law that gives us the authority to go track somebody. That don't sit too well with me.
I guess the purpose behind it isn't, there's no malicious intent. The intent is,
But that's the way it's written, and people can use it in that way in the future.
so the intent is, so when we need to track or reach out to Lakota speakers, there'll be a way to do that. Or in an instance of the pandemic where we're trying to make sure that we're protecting our speakers, that was the intent behind the GIS tracking system. So we know also which communities have speakers in them, so we can utilize them as references or teachers. There's no malicious intent behind it. Do you have a solution to?
I wouldn't even include it in there because I certainly don't want to be sharing my whereabouts with anybody. It's none of their business.
So you would want to.
I wouldn't want you guys tracking me.
It's not like we would track you wherever you go. It's just.
Well, you see that's the, you say there's no malicious intent, but somebody can use it in that sense too.
So it would just be like,
Know your house?
Yeah, like how we're tracking our elders, and how we tracked them throughout the storm. Within our Rosebud Sioux Tribe GIS system, there's these different layers, and within a household, it will identify if somebody's an elder, if they're if they have specific medicines, and the speaker, fluent Lakota speaker, would be listed on there too.
Well, I wouldn't even have it on paper. I would follow that honor, respect, tradition, and asking that individual, is it okay if we track you to your house through GIS? I mean, you're talking about Wolakota, you're talking about the language, you're talking about fluent speakers, and you should have that respect. But to have it down on paper as a law, I don't buy that. So, and this is my own opinion. You know, I certainly don't want to be tracked, as you say, by GIS.
So should we add
It doesn't, you know, you have no business where I live, you know, where my house is, nothing. And by doing this by law, to me, you're being really disrespectful to me.
Wish you would have came to the hearings. We had 3 of them. We could have brought it up then. This isn't something, just for the council, so you know, this isn't something I sat down and did. I had 3 public hearings with several people from the community. I want this to go through today, so I'm willing to make an amendment here. Can we do with their permission?
Why don't you just leave it at use data from the annual survey to identify speakers?
Okay.
Leave it at that, because somebody's gonna be tracking them.
We're gonna.
You know, somebody's gonna have information on them. There's no need to, yeah, just take it out.
Okay.
So we're gonna take out so they can be tracked by GIS.
Yeah.
Okay. With amendments.
Then I got a question, Chair.
What, Keith?
Yeah, Chief, on the choose about you come. You know, protocol of medicine, Pezuta, I don't think should be on there either, because every individual has their own way of helping other people. And to harvest and to document it, it won't be right. Because it's up to the individual how it's gonna take place. And I don't think anybody's gonna show anything, because it's a medicine that belongs to the individual of a spiritual man, because he uses that for that purpose. If someone else uses it, it may not work.
So for example, one of the reasons this came out is because some of the people that came to the meeting, in their work that they do for our tribal programs, they encounter medicines. And there's always, whoever finds it, they decide what's done with it. Well, this committee will help those programs establish, okay, if you find a special root and it's Pejuta and you know that it needs to be given to a medicine man or put back in the earth, those protocols will be identified by this ordinance. And which is why the ordinance in section 2, the committee composition is so long. I mean, there's 14 people in there. And spiritual leaders are included, so they'll be able to give input. The Pejuta, protecting Lakota Pejuta by documenting Lakota harvesting protocol is also thinking about things like picking sage and making sure general medicines that everybody uses aren't being abused or aren't being harvested in a way where it's endangering that species.
Well, and in terms of English language, again, you're just overall exploring everything. You're not identifying anything that's in it. That's my barrier on it. Because every individual has their own way of teaching and helping that way. To me, you're gonna counter and control it, and it won't be right. I mean, there's stuff out there that goes back, that belongs to them. And there's no way of saying this is gonna be in some protocol, because a lot of this have their own vision and dreams of doing things in that proper way. Way humble it now. And we talk about Ola Kota. How much are you going to have an understanding of each element of each medicine that's on this earth? That's what.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Just to follow up, I guess I'm supporting it being in there just for the fact of what happens eventually with global warming and things like that, and our medicines are going to start moving. I mean, you hear it all the time that some of them, it's hard to find sometimes down by the water, right? So I feel like in a sense, if we can start kind of protecting those and how we harvest them and making sure we're not taking them the wrong way and doing things the wrong way, that's also preserving our culture. I feel like we're just kind of taking it out of context, and like you said, maybe it's the English language that's doing that and we're being too specific, but I feel like we're just trying to protect those medicines and make sure that we have them for the future.
Any other questions? Wayne, question?
Question.
Okay. All in favor? Got 14 in here? Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You know, I want to.
Online, Eileen?
Yeah.
7.
Tennille?
Yes.
8.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Not voting?
1, 2.
Motion defeated.
You know, I'm really disappointed that you all didn't support this. I wish you would have came to the public hearings and voiced your opinions there. You talk about Lakota language and culture being important, and to create and establish a committee that brings all of the different entities together to do specific things like protect our medicines, help propose resolutions and legislation to push forward to Congress where we're protecting our sage. It's being sold on Amazon.
Mr. Chair, that was 8 in favor.
In favor, yeah, but it's, we needed 15 for
Need 15 yeses.
14
14 yeses. So, I just want you all to know this is my attempt for us and all our talk here about how important Lakota language and culture is. This was my attempt to try and bring all that together and put it in motion. So it's very disappointing that you all didn't support that and all the work that I did and the people who participated in the public hearings did.
Hey, are we gonna go on with the other ordinances, or we'll go back to our agenda?
Here you go, Dwight. You're the vice of judiciary.
Lisa.
I just, Sherry, I know this was brought up, but I would like to see maybe a little bit more input on it, like maybe some bylaws or some procedures on how they will be implemented to answer their questions on, we have the question of Kajuta, maybe something attached to it, like the bylaws on how those will be, the process and procedure on it a little bit more. So maybe if we can have a little outreach, or if you have some input on how that can be implemented, or, we can have an attachment to it to give a little bit more detail for it.
So, Dwight, which one are you gonna bring up here first? Are these both, these are both being proposed to be in the law and order code? I got two here.
We got two, we passed them already.
Yeah. Changes and changes and qualifications for granting. Mark's in there. It's supposed to be. We only passed out 3.
Numbers, I don't know which one.
We got the guardianship one and the name change one. And there's a whistleblower one and something else, Brian.
They have 12601.
Two.
I have two too. There's like 4 of them that
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
I have a resolution that's time sensitive from Redco. And I also wanted to address my colleagues. So when it comes to language and culture preservation, for the ones that voted no, I really do want to see something come forth. Either it's in the council thread or the council email, because this is the only thing I've seen in 6 years that ever tried to put all the different committees and all the different schools and all the different people who we consider to be the ones that are the culture bearers, the language bearers, and the ones that are supposedly forwarding the initiative to secure that. And then no input, just opposition. So literally there will be nothing to make all those departments have to work together and share funding. I mean, it's pretty disheartening in my opinion.
And Russell.
Well, I guess I didn't know, I have to explain why I voted no, but I will explain myself. I voted no because in my view of things, the tribal chairman is the one that has authority over directors. And under that, it is up to the tribal chairman to make sure that those things are implemented into their programs. It's up to the tribal chairman to make sure that they're the ones that give you the idea of what they're gonna do within their programs, what they're gonna do with their funding. It's not up to us as council to make them do that. And so that's why I opposed it, because I don't feel like I should be making a law forcing programs to do something that is already under your authority to do. So there's my opposition.
Russell, go ahead.
Well, I didn't oppose it or vote for it. I am a practitioner of the culture. I am a fluent speaker, but I certainly don't want tribal government to dictate to me how we should operate. They should be, and there's nothing wrong, I guess, in outlining a committee structure. Bring them together and then let them find out what proposed changes need to be. Not at some hearings and I don't know how many people you get. I'm hoping there's 200-300 people at these meetings. If that's the case, then certainly, it's good for a discussion. So, I mean, it's not that I don't approve the process or someone taking the action to do something, or like he says, 6 years, in the making. But the language and the culture itself is very, I don't know how to say that. The intellectual property of that individual or myself. And I don't want that taken away from me by anyone. So, you know, that's kind of my thing. So I don't think I should be able to sit here and being questioned why I didn't vote for it. So that's kind of my spiel in regard to his comment.
Well, thank you. I thank you, but there's 10 departments in 3 schools, and they're all doing different things. No one coordinates here. So you have this argument, like right now, the biggest, hottest argument was always the LLC or the white hat deal. Well, this is actually a shot to make everybody use exactly the same thing, whatever that is. And share and know that what this department's doing, this department over here isn't just coordinating the same thing. That's all. That's how I just saw it. Thanks a lot.
I don't know where it went.
Norman?
The reason I should know is because it's medicine, and that's where I stand. And, yeah, a lot of us might know a lot of plants, like Keith, he's a medicine man. He might know plants and he don't want to tell anybody. If he shows anybody, they might use it.
I'll probably find it.
Stuff like that, that's what I said no.
Thank you.
We lost our quorum for the ordinances, but go ahead, Jordan.
So another thing I just wanted to point out about that was that our tribal programs are already doing it. Our tribal programs already go out and find medicines. They already do that. It's just in paper now and trying to coordinate all of them. We're arguing over apples and oranges when it's already being done. We're just trying to, all Sherry was trying to do was have them come together, right? So they're not doing 50 different things. So we're coordinating and doing it all in the right place, right? So we have that documentation. So, I mean, it's already being done. It's just on paper. That's all it was. Our tribal programs already do it. I don't understand.
Okay, we lost our 14 members to do ordinances, so we'll go back on the regular agenda.
Pick these back up.
What's that?
Pick these back up.
Yep, you can pick these back up, that'd be.
Ready to read too.
And he speaks. Let's say it again.
These 2 residents? Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Say that again.
2 residents.
I don't have a whole lot on my report, so go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry.
There was just one issue too that, I didn't know if the secretary, she had to leave for an event with her daughter, but you know, when we did the ARPA budget, we did include the 60,000 to continue with the Youth Day events, and she did a proposal for it. She does have a budget, so I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve her proposal and budget. Second. Out of ARPA. She wrote a proposal for it last year, but we left the money in there for every year within the ARPA budget. She has to redo the proposal every year, so she has her proposal completed. Out of budget. Oh, this, you have this?
I'm looking for it now. I think she left it here for me to look at, but I don't. Before she left, she said that Youth Day would be, if it was approved, it'd be held on July 26th. So there's a lot of planning that needs to be done before that happens. So if they can get her budget approved for Youth Day, she can start.
Yeah, I thought she would just get that money every year, but she has to do a proposal for it.
So your motion is to approve
her proposal for 2023 Youth Day and the budget.
Okay. Second by Pam?
Yep.
Any discussion on it?
Do you guys see the budget?
Yeah, she just only left me one copy, so it's 60,000 was what we.
No.
Same thing as last year. This year, I think this year she said she's having Auntie Beatrice come And there was another headliner too, do you remember? Oh, for real? Yeah, I used her real name. Tanya Hall. And then I guess she's gonna do a show for the youth, and then she's gonna do one at the casino at night. But Nicole said that she ensured that she would make it age appropriate for her show at the event. So. There was another headliner too. There was a couple of people that she has coming in though. So.
Okay, we need a question. Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen? Neil?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carries. Pam?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I guess I have a question, because I know it went under your report, I believe it was a couple months ago. But I kind of wanted to know what became of the security. I hate to bring it up again, because I know everybody is tired of hearing it, but I'm getting,
You guys moved the budget up until, what was it?
May.
May, so I guess I didn't follow up on that. I guess I didn't realize it was
May?
done again. I'll see what's happening with it. I know you guys approved the budget up until, I don't know if it was end of May or if it was first part of May, so they might be still active till the 31st.
Okay, and then the other thing I had regarding that was on the, we talked about placing them in these vacant positions that are open that nobody's applying for or whatnot. That probably needs to be followed up on too, to see if.
That's if you guys decide that they're gonna be riff those positions. If not, if you're just gonna riff them from the lack of funding, then we have to kind of offer them something else. I don't think we have to do it, but I think I think when we talk about riffing, something that we offer them something else, or either that or pay them severance. So that was kind of the discussion we had a while back.
I don't remember the severance.
Yeah, that was some of the options that they had for them because they said that they would have a hard time finding another job or something like that. And then you brought up the idea of maybe placing them into positions but then what happens to the ones that actually applied for them? It's kind of hard for me to do.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because it seems like a lot of questioning that we seem to get from some directors, and I don't know, maybe I'm the only one, I don't know if the others are getting it, but the problem that they're having with hiring has to do with the drug tests. They're not passing drug tests. So that's why I just kind of wanted to know, if these one programs that can't get anybody hired because of drug tests, is that something that, then security can apply for? But I just wanted to know on all of that, where we were at. And then also on your report, under your report, did we ever make an actual motion for them 5 houses that we were building to go to St. Francis Indian School?
No, you guys were supposed to come up with a plan, proposal on how people are gonna apply for them, how they're gonna qualify for them. Cher had a really nice plan.
There was a resolution.
We did that already, right?
For those first 5 houses.
First 5 houses that go to
That's
St.
what she's
Francis, so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess they did then.
So I guess I don't remember the resolution, but in that resolution, do we have any kind of payback on that? Or was we just giving?
They were gonna be given through that 105 leasing program, so they're actually gonna be paying for them, so the BIE is gonna be paying for them.
Okay, so we will see
We're
some
not,
kind of.
yeah, we'll have a return on it, so it's not really costing us anything.
Okay, and then my third question is, there's talk out there of 5 more homes going out to ACF. Is that something that is going on?
That was the plan as far as when we allocated money for 100 homes. We said we had to sit down because as soon as people found out that they were building homes up there, all these young people were up there asking for applications on how you apply for them. So we sat down with the construction office and we talked about the 105 leasing program that we actually put together over in office in Mission. It's an SRD off one of the offices. We have a person at Latoya is running that 105 leasing program. And actually going out with these people like Kiwa Institute and getting these, doing these assessments and stuff and coming up with the design of the new projects. And those were included in that as far as 5 houses going for corrections, because we also could use the 105 leasing to be able to make more after they pay for them. So.
Okay. So this meeting that we're planning to reschedule to the 17th, what meeting was that? The 11th meeting, right?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's meeting is what we're gonna.
Tomorrow we're gonna continue with on the 17th, we're gonna continue on with the agenda. Also listen to the Health Alliance that's been going through the process of educating and planning for compacting and contracting. So I want everybody to be on the same page. You guys can decide what you want to do after that presentation is done by the Health Alliance team.
Okay, so can we have a working day of maybe the 16th to sit down and have a discussion on the 90 homes that we're talking about building for the communities? What are we expecting? What are going to be the guidelines? What are, some of the O&M concerns of it?
16th.
Any of that?
We can do that. It's been a long time coming, and that's what we were trying to get in place.
I think we really need to have that discussion because we talk about this in council, but we've talked about it for over a year now, but we still don't have nothing in black and white as far as, them sorts of things, the guidelines, how are these people going to get selected for the homes? What's going to be the criteria for them to even get a home? So, we really do need to sit down and have that discussion as a whole.
Has any of you reviewed what Cher has worked really hard on as far as her proposal for these houses? She has a really good plan. I think we need to set that day on the 16th and approve something.
Mr. Chair, so we were trying to finish that on Tuesday when the HHS director decided to drop it.
Right.
So we haven't finished it at Yukon Dev on what Sherry's put together on her plan. Okay. But if you are going to have a working meeting, we should try to do it on the 15th on Monday, because a bunch of us are going to be gone because they want everybody at these Pactola co-management meetings. Because apparently Rosebud hasn't even been there in 3, and it was supposed to be us that headed up the co-management in the Black Hills.
Well, see, that's why I asked that question last month during council, or was it in March council meeting? I had asked that question, what was going on with that, and at the time Philemon was here, he hadn't, he just basically said whatever he sent out in our email. And but there was no kind of consultation that actually happened with Rosebud Sioux Tribe. There was no kind of information, nothing going on with it. I asked for follow-up on it. I still don't know what's going on with that. So it is, I guess, yeah, that is pretty imperative that we get there. But, at the same time, we're pretty booked next week. Next week we have Treaty Council meeting in Rapid City. We have the, you're talking about having the big wigs here explaining to council what's going on, but at the same time, we're supposed to be in Rapid City as health board dealing with that compacting and stuff.
Well, they'll be down here on the 17th, and then they have the meeting for the Health Alliance, the compacting was gonna be on the 18th and 19th, I think, of next week. So
Right.
they'll be here and then they'll continue on to do their thing down in Rapid City.
So that's why it's.
Tuesday is treaty, or not treaty, the thing up at Pactola. Wednesday is, Millwhack and Health Board up in Rapid, and then Thursday and Friday is Tribal Alliance over our compacting here in Rosebud.
Yep, so next week's kind of like.
Tricky.
But
Well, there's a lot of people that are wondering what's going on with the contracting, compacting, the planning of the hospitals,
So can we
we
move
need to have
that?
that discussion because people are asking me.
Well, it's a 2-day meeting with Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, so.
So can we just change that meeting for that you wanna meet on the 17th? Can we just change that to the 23rd?
I've already told the people that are gonna be here, they're flying in on the 17th.
Who's those for?
Whoever can attend.
That's that alliance that he's.
That's gonna be in Rapid Thursday and Friday.
I know, but he has council here on the
I'm
17th.
here at council on Wednesday next week.
So see, it's kind of like.
But, what was you talking about having on the 15th, Wayne?
Talking about houses. Yeah.
We can do that. I mean, Micah?
Can we schedule that for like the 30th or 31st? Because then we can meet, or those of us that will be here for Econ Dev, we can finalize that plan and then bring it on the 30th or 31st, and there's no meeting scheduled for those 2 days.
Okay. We can do that for 30th.
Yeah, because most of the 16.
I think, TLE is planning to have their shareholders meeting on the 30th too, so.
31st?
31st. We can do it on the 31st, but Willie will have to run the meeting, so.
TLE's gonna have their shareholders vote?
30th.
Oh, they said it?
Yeah, May 30th.
And on the 1st and 2nd, there's the Coalition of Large Tribes meeting in, Las Vegas, so I think some of you guys are gonna attend that one.
I think so.
Can we do the housing meeting on the 22nd?
Is there anything scheduled?
Social service.
22nd, housing meeting? Okay.
The 22nd would be good.
What time?
At 10 a.m.?
10 a.m. Yep.
It'll be just like a regular council meeting, but it'll just be we're gonna deal strictly with the housing plan.
So special council meeting?
Special council meeting for housing projects.
22nd?
22nd. All right, is there anything else? We'll set those dates for the 17th and the 22nd. I think that's what I had on my report. I had the youth day to bring up here, and I have another one here that says, budget and finance that somebody set up here. It's on the child welfare attorney contract. Is somebody supposed to bring that up, or am I supposed to come under budget and finance, or it's up here for a reason? I'm not sure who brought it up here, but
Oh, that's in their book.
it's in their book. It's in
That's
your
in their-
book, okay.
That's, will come under committee.
I'll come under committee, okay. Well, I don't have to bring it on my report, so actually, the only thing I had left was a request that came from the LEHAP director on the YouTube cooling season. And she's asking for more money to get through the cooling season. And she was trying to coordinate that effort with the treasurer, and he's supposed to have took that to budget and finance for more money for the cooling season. And I'm not sure if you guys dealt with it or not, but I told her I'd bring it up under my report. She's asking for $541,350 for the cooling season. And that was supposed to have been, go ahead, Lisa.
You know, we have a lot of requests, and I brought this up yesterday when we were sitting with before we met with the HHS director, but we have a lot of requests that come to budget and finance, and we don't have the directors here to present them, and they'll give us their requests, but it's hard for us to go through and approve it when they're, when are we just looking, that we should request that they come in to budget and finance. I think the treasurer informed us of that request for LEAP.
Okay,
I don't think any actual action was taken through budget and finance.
you wanna take it back to budget finance?
Yeah, there's like, we just go down our agenda line. If they're not here, we move on to the next program. So, but then they'll drop off their requests or resolutions, and a lot of times we don't even address them if the director's not here. So,
Like to provide clarification or clarify.
yeah.
Explain.
I think the treasurer sent out because I know that the treasurer a lot of times brings in requests, and we ask that it be we should hear from them. I know we've seen that.
Yeah.
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 I just don't know. I think we were just trying to figure out where we were going to get that money from.
I think it was recommended by the treasurer that we get it out of our loss of revenue, that 3 million that we got drawn down. So I don't even know how much left in there, but that was a suggestion that he had, and so that's what I was told from the LEAP director, that's where he said it could come from.
Okay. Then we'll need a resolution for that.
Yeah. So.
I know that under that, because during our ARPA meeting, we had that discussion. That's where we went and, that's where we did the assistance to St. Francis Indians girl into the pool, remember? So that dropped us down to 3, but that 3 was supposed to be set aside because of enrollment issues that we were talking about. We need to be safeguarding that area for that, and we were possibly looking at, we visited with Sherry on doing another design for a different complex of some sort. But
You guys want to hear from Lori? She's calling.
no, we'd rather wait till it goes to budget and finance.
I'll let her know that she needs to refer back to budget finance and possibly draft a resolution.
You need to make a motion to authorize travel for 3 council members and tribal council representatives to attend the Ochete Shakowin Treaty Summit at the Holiday Inn in Rapid City, South Dakota from May 17th through the 19th.
We need a second? Norman, question by David. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lisa, 11 on the air.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Then
Motion
I
carried.
need to make a motion to approve travel for the health board and any council reps that would like to attend the
Tribal Alliance meeting.
Tribal Alliance meeting in Rapid City for the 18th and 19th.
Need a second?
Sorry.
Second by Wayne, question by Lisa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Then motion to approve travel for any council reps for the Colt for the 29th to the 3rd. The 3rd for Colt.
A motion by Pam.
In Las Vegas.
Can you include Sergeant at Arms to go down?
Yeah.
Okay.
To allow, or I guess council and, or to include the sergeant at arms.
Okay. Need a second? Lisa? All in favor, or question by Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Lisa?
Okay, so on the request from LEAP, we did find a motion, and Brenda Antoine is actually the one that presented it to Budget and Finance. And Pam did make the motion to approve LEAP for the summer months, but it was only like 280,000.
Okay,
She was reserved.
Huh?
She was reserved.
And it was to be taken out of the LATC funds, but now it's what, 500,000?
well, she has on here projected household and total, so she's figuring it be, total for 6 months for the cooling season is $541,350.
Okay. What date was that on, Kim?
The 19th. Wait, yeah, the 19th, April 19th.
And that amount was 260.
What she's saying, in her letter, it says that for the cooling season, which begins on April 1st, 2023, ends on September 30th, 2023, the LEAP office is requesting $500,000 from general account funding. The LEAP office proposed to assist with a monthly supplement payment for electricity for non-working elders 60 years and older with an income of $21,000 or less and zero income families. A requirement for LEAP under Assurance 1, use of funds under LEAP Statute 2605B1, providing supplemental insurance to low-income households in the meetings their home energy costs, particularly those with the lowest incomes. That's the letter she gave me, so.
Can I say something, President?
Go ahead, Sunil.
This is Eileen.
Oh, Eileen sounded young.
So, does, is this gonna go back to Budget and Finance, so, they could look at her budget, because she has to have a savings for a while there when the ARPA was doing the payments. Some of them didn't understand and they didn't get LEAP, so those payments didn't go out and they just got ARPA. So it's, I think the budget needs to look at that and then go from there and see, and then talk with her and see how she comes up with that amount also. But that'll be good to go back to Budget and Finance with it.
Council, do you want me to call her over here?
Actually, well, it did go to Budget and Finance already, and the motion was made at that 280-some thousand.
263,000.
Or 263,000, and now it's jumped up to 500,000. So it was different from the way Brenda Antoine presented that request to Budget and Finance for us at that amount. So that's what the amount that we refer to council for approval out of the LATC funds. So she's requesting 500,000 now. Does that go back to Budget and Finance, or what do you suggest here?
I would approve what she already asked for, was already approved, and if she needs more, go back to Budget Finance on Friday.
She won't run out of funding if you approve the 264 today, and then the additional can go back to Budget and Finance if that's what you.
Okay, because that's what threw me off was that amount that we approved through Budget and Finance, and now it's up to, so I thought it was an additional 500,000 from the 263, but.
So your motion is to approve.
Approve that, what's that amount, Pam? Or,
$263,029.76.
To come out of loss of revenue.
no, out of the LATC funds.
Okay.
And then, we have some other funds that are coming out of there, so I'll just include that on the amendment from the LATC.
Okay. Do you want to read that off or just,
I'll just make that motion to approve it, and then we'll just amend it.
okay. Need a second. Ray, question by Pam. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen.
Oh. Yes.
Tennille.
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
What was the cents on that, 16?
76 cents.
Wayne, do we need to do a motion for that PAC meeting?
Yeah.
Is that
That's Tuesday?
the 16th?
Yeah. 16.
Chairman, I need to make a motion included with that treaty when, I need to include travel for
Total
for the City Council and any council reps that are going to attend the Pactola Visitor Center
Co-management.
or co-management of Pactola,
Okay,
for May 16th.
made a motion. Need a second?
Wayne.
Wayne, question by
Damien.
Damon? You have a quorum?
Yeah.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
10.
Opposed?
0. So they make it 1.
Not voting.
2.
I thought we couldn't do that if
I know, we gotta wait till they come back and we lost our quorum, so.
Please, come
When somebody steps back in, we'll recount. Otherwise, we'll be sitting in your car counting them.
Yeah. Do we, guess, are buffaloes have any babies?
Yeah.
What's the babies out there?
Really? Is there a whole bunch?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I heard it's growing, huh?
To visit you?
Yeah, come visit me.
You like normal grass, let me garden.
Keep it.
They'll watch for you.
They move that night. The next morning, they're gone.
Where they at?
We're like, you, yeah.
Chairman, do you get any complaints on us still utilizing Zoom?
No, actually, I went to a meeting, last week in winter and they had no complaints. They said that they enjoy watching the council on the YouTube and,
No, I mean about council reps utilizing Zoom.
no, I haven't, but it's kind of hard to run a meeting knowing that you guys might not be listening to the whole conversation or
Or seeing
discussion.
the actual documents.
And then making a voting on that, so
Re-voting.
that's the only concern I have.
Have to repeat my motion, or is it good?
It's good, we just need to vote on it.
Good.
I believe in this.
Building.
We got two online, not to vote.
I need to go bathroom.
You get back the motion?
To approve travel for City Council and Council to attend the Pactola Visitor Center co-management meeting on May 16th in Rapids.
No, that one's not in Rapid, that's at Pactola.
Okay.
All in favor?
This time, we got it.
Online, Camille?
Yeah.
Eileen?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Yes.
Bill? Approving travel.
Oh, yeah.
Opposed? Not voting.
What was the number?
12-0-0. Okay, are we gonna continue?
We amended the resolution to include that, the app amount.
Is there already a number on it, or is that?
Is it 41?
It's resolution number 2023-41.
And you're making a motion to reconsider?
The RST Finance Department has recommended the disbursements from the LATC funds in the amounts provided in the attached amended budget for a total amount of $363,029.76.
Okay, that's including the lehigh.
Yep, that's including.
I need a.
So there's a motion on the floor, we need a second.
Do we consider an amend that?
Consider an amend. Pam, second. Question by
Norman.
Norman. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Neil? Yes. Eileen?
Yes.
Wow.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Go ahead, Micah.
I'm going back to the fair ordinance. I'd like to make a motion for the RST treasurer, make changes to the fair manager job description to reflect the amendments made to the fair ordinance 8803. And present the changes to the personnel committee for approval and recommendation of personnel.
Okay, did you get that, Kim?
No.
Sorry.
Need a motion for, well, I'll let you say it again. I can't repeat everything you said, so.
Motion for RST treasurer to make changes to the fair manager job description to reflect the amendments made to the fair ordinance and present the changes to the personnel committee for
Second. Great. Any more discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I guess what changes were made?
That's what I was gonna ask.
What changes were
Changes
made?
to be seasonal or full-time, or, I don't think there's anything that changed.
There's nothing that changed, because if you look at that ordinance, if you go in and look at 8803 under the fair manager, we said 4-month seasonal position, but then when you flip the page and you go back to subsection E, it says the fair manager shall hire 3 coordinators of each event May through September to assist with fair activities. But then there, I guess that's the only one. That would probably be the only one, is just to include that 4-month seasonal position, right? What we said, May, June, July, August, September. Yeah, 5 months. 5 months.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I think you ended up not taking out seasonal, but according to the amendment, it was just to include back in the subcommittees and do a subsection A and B.
Who made the
because
motion?
I mean, after the treasurer sent us the job description, I think there's gonna be conflict between the job description of the fair manager as it is now to what the role of the committees are. I think there's gonna be conflict between that.
May I make a comment also? So, that's what the committee chairs told us also. They believe that there will be a duplication of duties, and that in the past, which I've never seen it before, the fair manager. So I don't know the structure or how it worked really, but the committee chairs brought their reports to the council floor, not the fair manager. So I think that that's valid.
So
What you're saying is valid.
So she's not changing the ordinance, she's just changing the
Job description?
the job
Yeah, that's
description
it.
of the fair manager, right?
make changes to the fair manager job descriptions to reflect the amendments we made to the ordinance. So
You want me to take it?
Yeah.
Okay. Ray second that motion, so.
Question.
Question by Jordan.
I said, question.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Neil?
Yes.
Eileen?
Can I just bring all?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you, council.
Yeah. Oh, 0-0. Are we, done for the day?
I got one resolution for Redco.
Got what?
Before you finish your report, before we approve it, can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, I'm done with my report, so.
winning.
Okay. My first question was, so I had a couple of the directors asking for the personnel manual. the changes in it and to get a copy of it. And then they said that, remember we amended it for marijuana?
Yeah.
And, I guess they were kinda advised that they weren't gonna give it out over there to them, so I don't know if they didn't fully update it, or, remember I asked you about it? And so, I don't know if that was ever communicated with our directors of our programs, that the ordinance, it changed, our personnel manual changed, so maybe if you could follow up on that?
I sure can.
Can I make a comment on that, Chairman? I have seen some, employee suspensions, rescinded, and the attachment on the personnel action was the new policy, so they are abiding by it.
Yeah, they're just asking, like, a couple of the directors were asking for a copy of it, just to read what it said, but they didn't get it, so if you could just follow up with it.
I can do that.
And then, another thing that was brought up at my community meeting was, asking if we ever had an employee association.
No, I don't think we have.
Oh, what?
We have EAP, Employee Assistance Program, but
Yeah, or
I
like,
don't think we've ever had a,
I guess it kind of fell under, like, we started talking about, like, the whistleblower and then having them a little bit, giving them protection. Because once they bring things forward, then it.
I don't think we've had anything like that, because they usually have to pay some type of dues to have that. And they, yeah, I don't think we have anything like that, or ever had anything like that, so.
I think to that point also we should do, something about the non-disclosure agreements that employees sign also, because they're violating those if they do, you know, whistleblower stuff. Which is something to think about.
With that whistleblower ordinance too. And
Wayne, did you have something before we recess?
Yeah, resolution for, going for a grant.
Okay, time sensitive?
Yep, because they're gonna apply for it from USDA.
That's from last.
But first, on the motion to accept the report.
Motion by Wayne, second by Ray.
Good one.
Need a question?
What are you? I'll question.
Okay, gotta wait till they come back in to make a motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve chairman's report. All in favor?
Second by who?
what are we doing?
Second by
Approving
Ray.
Scott's report.
Questions?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Neil? Eileen?
Not voting.
Holy.
Ask her why she
Split it longer with these,
She's not voting.
no voting, just like not voting. Both.
902.
There it is. Hi there.
Eileen, why did you say that?
For emergency legislation.
Motion for emergency legislation.
Because I'm not listening. I missed it.
Yes, copies of the resolution. We got copies of the resolution?
Yeah, Wayne said he dropped them all off.
Wayne?
Are
Boyd.
you talking in third person? Are you talking in third person?
I need the resolution.
We didn't get copies of them.
You didn't get copies of this?
Which one is it?
Everyone.
Who's writing for that grant?
Join your motion?
Food side.
Motion to recess?
Let's recess. I'm tired. I know you guys are tired. You look tired anyway.
Mommy, let it go.
Recess till tomorrow. 10 o'clock.
Copy for everybody.
But I ate a cake.
Underneath my bed.
Tomorrow, Councilman, I'll bring you a Red Bull, right?
Yes.